Good morning, colleagues, members. We are 16 minutes behind. We should have started exactly at 9:30. Sincere delay. Sincere apologies for the delay. I know members are used to 10 o'clock. We had to make an exception today because it's going to be a long day and we're dealing with JICS and then the department, DCS, with the APP and the strategic plans. So we thought let's start early so that we can equally finish early, not keep everyone up until late. Welcome, Minister. Judge Cameron, welcome. The National Commissioner. I don't see the CEO of JICS. Okay. Members, welcome. I know there are others that are still on their way, but we do reach a quorum to be able to proceed with the Portfolio Committee, to be able to receive the plans of both JICS and the department. You are all welcome. There is no new announcement today. National Commissioner, you are not elected anywhere there by the UN, you and the Minister, so that we can congratulate you. Minister, you were not elected in any bodies in your trips.
I don't think I must reveal it here. Can I just say one thing? Myself and the judge were there, and I think we must say to each other, our problems are not unique in the world. We had also some side events, and I must say that I spoke to some of the other members. We are 80% adjusted on the time difference between New York and here. It's 6 hours. So at the moment it's still about 3 o'clock in the morning there. So you will understand. Thank you.
No, we understand. You are here, but you are not here entirely. And then we will congratulate you whilst it's revealed. What is it that you got elected to? I saw the delegation also included Judge Cameron, who was part as well. We hope deliberations on your trip were a success and you were able to put across the policies or the decisions, especially in trying to transform the correctional service in those engagements you had. There's no one that we're congratulating. Members, can I kindly request that we move for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Cow, Honorable Engel, seconds. Then we can therefore proceed with the agenda. I hope everyone has the agenda before them. Apologies here.
Morning, Chair. Morning to the meeting. We've got quite a few apologies for today, Chair. Honorable Muela is not well, and Honorable Matutu is also not well today, and Honorable James is attending a media conference for a caucus. She won't make it to the meeting, and Honorable Daniels is also attending another matter. Honorable Sokopo is on his way, Chair. He took a flight this morning. Thanks, Chair.
Those were those are the apologies, members. The Deputy Minister, she's also will join the meeting 10 to 15 minutes late. She has indicated that she started at the Cape Cluster meeting, I think. She also has requested to be recused in that meeting. So those are the apologies, and they will be taken as noted by the meeting. We'll therefore then move to item 3 for us to receive the political overview by the Minister. I'm not sure you will do both, Minister, both DCS and JICS, or you do JICS and then come back at the later stage to DCS. It's entirely up to you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I want to start by saying that, as you said in the agenda, of course, we will start with JICS if I have the agenda correctly, and just will deal with that. And then from our side, the annual performance plan. An overview, I can just say the following, Chair, and I said it many times. We do have challenges in correctional services. My experience up to now is that for about 10 years, there were not a minister exclusively for correctional services. It was justice and correctional services. I think the lesson we should learn from that is that if you look at correctional services, we should have a minister or a ministry for correctional services to deal with those problems. We know that in overall, we are part of the criminal justice system as such. It's linked with the South African Police Services, the Justice Department, and then the correctional services. And what I can say at this stage is that there is an improvement when it comes to the combating of crime in South Africa. We see that the South African Police Services are more effective, more arrests are taking place, which is a good thing, but we must also be honest to each other and say that the Department of Justice do have a big challenge when it comes to the process of the National Prosecuting Authority and when it comes to sentencing people and people awaiting trial, remand detainees in correctional services. And the fact is that if you look into this chain, in the end, everything ends with correctional services. In our own department, we must say that besides the budget challenges we have, and we had discussions on that, we must also look at what is the end product, and that's also what I've seen when we were in New York Friday, is that what is the success rate when it comes to rehabilitation? Because we must remember, if someone has been sentenced, whether it's for 5 years, 10 years, or what the case may be, after the sentence had been served, that specific person must be reintegrated in our society. And to ensure that the society is still safe and that there can be a positive contribution from those persons, we have to say that we must look as far as the rehabilitation in our centers are concerned and what the success is, what we obtain from that. So that's a very broad background. To say to that, we can go into the detail. The annual performance plan is an important, an instrument to look at our performances and also to say that we must be honest to say these are some problems, attend to that. And in that sense, I want to thank the Portfolio Committee and your role as chair for taking hands, because especially if I think at last week Portfolio Committee, there was agreement that these challenges must be addressed, but we know we have to do it together. And I said it many times, I see the Portfolio Committee as part of the eyes and the ears of our people. We are all representatives of the people as members of Parliament. And yes, I'm also a member of Parliament. And then we can deal with that. And I want to thank also the judge for the Inspectorate coming forward, seeing certain problems. But the end result, the solution in the end, will be that we continue to be, and we can have some robust debate sometimes, that's also good, it's no problem, but that we can see how we can solve these problems. And I think one good thing is, for instance, I know you've scheduled some other time a meeting also with the Department of Public Works in Infrastructure, maybe future with the Justice Department. And I think if we follow that course in terms of how we're going to solve problems, we're going to be successful. So from my side, I want to thank you and the Portfolio Committee also taking hands as far as this route is concerned. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, for the overview. Indeed, working together, there is much that can be achieved. In isolation, there would be gaps that are identified, but if we put together all our efforts, our thinking strategies to try and mitigate some of the challenges, we do understand that correctional services, it's in the end chain of the justice cluster, and overcrowding is not a result of the department, but we do need to find ways on how to address some of those challenges. And we do welcome the political overview, Minister. Then we'll go to briefing by JICS on their annual performance plans and budget. Judge Cameron, over to you and your team to take us through.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Madam Chair, and good morning to your members and to our colleagues from the department and also to the Minister and his staff. First of all, I want to say that our CEO is on imperative family leave, and he sends his particular regrets that he's not able to be here. The acting CEO is on my right, Mr. Eddie Brevis, and I will hand over to him in a moment. And our presentation, I'm proud to say, will be done by Ms. Mchali, and Mr. Brevis will hand over to her. Madam Chair, just a few observations in the light of what the Minister has said and what you've just said, which is that the Department of Correctional Services is at the end of the chain, And that is one of the reasons why we in JICS, our philosophy is first not to blame the department for what it has to deal with. We, the public, Parliament, through its legislative program, are imposing upon the correctional officials under the National Commissioner the heavy duty of dealing with all the problems of overcrowding, of the deficient responsiveness of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and the many other problems that they have to deal with daily. That is one aspect of what you and the Minister have said. The second aspect that I would like to emphasize, which arises from that, Madam Chair, is that it is my belief that long sentences in themselves are ineffectual, that the solution lies in consequences. Consequence management. We teach our children, our toddlers that there are consequences for ill behavior. At the moment, and this is a figure which we have indicated in the book, a rough figure, only 11% of murders in South Africa are prosecuted through to conviction. So that means that 89% of murders are not prosecuted through to conviction. In my view, Madam Chair, the problem starts with crime intelligence, which has been in terrible chaos since 2011 and is still ineffectual in my respectful view, and then policing, and then prosecution, and only, as you've indicated, at the end of the chain, the Department of Correctional Services. So, Madam Chair, with that background, I hand over to the acting CEO, and who will then hand over to Ms. Mchali.
Thank you, IJ. Good morning, Chairperson, esteemed members, committee members, and the Deputy Chairperson, our Minister, National Commission, and all protocol observed. As indicated by the Inspecting Judge, I'm Eddie Brevis, and I'm standing in for the Chief Executive Officer, who's currently on leave. Today, who accompany me is the following colleagues from JICS, Mr. Butta, our Director of Management Regions, Mr. De Souza, who's representing Ms. Ngema, who's currently on leave, and she's the Director of Legal Services, Mr. Chaliza, our Acting Chief Financial Officer, and Ms. Nchali, who's our Acting Assistant Director for Strategic Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation. Now, today, 17th of June, actually is a great day for JICS because it marks a significant milestone for JICS. We are proud to present our first annual performance plan and budget for the 2025-26 financial year for the first time since our transition to a national government component, now independent of the Department of Correctional Services. To begin with, Ms. Nchali, who spearheaded the consolidation of a JICS strategic and annual performance plan, will now present our annual performance plan. Following her presentation, Mr. Chiliza, our acting CFO, will detail the JICS budget allocation for the 2025-2026 period. Thank you, ma'am. Over to Ms. Nchali.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Office of the Deputy Minister. Good morning, National Commissioner and his team, colleagues, honorable members. Good morning. Today we are here to present the Judicial Inspectorate Annual Performance Plan. As Mr. Brewis has rightly mentioned, this is our first, JICS's first annual performance plan since our independence. And it being our first annual performance plan, we have revised a few things. The first one being the vision statement, which now reads, responsive oversight protecting human dignity. And our mission statement has also been revised to state to independently monitor conditions and uphold human rights for all in the correctional environment without fear, favor, or prejudice. The all that is captured here in the mission statement includes our new reporting areas as per the Correctional Services Amendment Act 14 of 2023, whereby we record incidents of assault inmate on officials. So thereby we are now protecting the inmates of both officials and inmates. The supporting guidelines, frameworks, and legislation that have assisted us in compiling our annual performance plan. The first one is the National Development Plan 2030. Chapter 12 specifically, which speaks to building safer communities. And the Judicial Inspectorate falls under that chapter because we fall within the criminal justice cluster. The second piece of legislation is the Constitution, specifically Section 215 and 216, which mandate National Treasury to issue frameworks for managing performance information, which requires strategic planning, frameworks such as the revised framework for strategic planning and others. The other piece of legislation is the Public Finance Management Act, Chapter 4 and Chapter 6 specifically, of Treasury regulations, whereby it sets out the legal requirement for annual budgets. JICS supports the government strategic priority areas of from 2025 to 2030. Priority 1 speaks to driving inclusive growth and job creation, and JICS contributes to this priority through the ICCV program, whereby individuals in the community are encouraged to apply for ICCV positions. These are the people who serve in the centers by taking inmate requests and complaints. I apologize.
Calm down.
Thank you.
Calm down.
The Judicial Inspectorate, in contributing to this priority, also impacts priority 2, reducing poverty. And priority 3, which is a capable, ethical, and developmental state, enabling delivery of services to all citizens. And JICS contributes to this priority through conducting inspections and investigations. In compiling the annual performance plan, JICS had to also have a look at its situational analysis. And in unpacking our situational analysis, we've had to utilize both the PESTEL as well as the SWOT analysis. The PESTEL analysis basically unpacks the political, economical, social, technological, environmental, and legal factors. And when we unpacked this tool, we've had to look at factors that would affect JICS. The first one being political, in a sense that if the cabinet is to change, this would impact JICS, because it would mean that there would be a new minister, and also it would have an impact on the budget of JICS. The economical factors is tied to the political, because if the JICS budget is affected, then this would impact also the operations of JICS. The social factors are those relating to overcrowding, whereby the overcrowding and living conditions of inmates would then impact JICS, because the social, it would be the perceptions of the perceptions of society would then impact JICS. The technological factors are those relating to JICS being able to have access to real-time data in terms of complaints, and being able to unpack those. Environmental factors relate to climate change, as well as issues of ventilation in the centers, and how ventilation would sometimes impact the spread of disease in the centers. Legal factors are those relating to expertise that we have within the Judicial Inspectorate. and legal expertise that enable us to unpack human rights violations. We've also utilized the SWOT analysis. The SWOT analysis has a look at the strengths, the weaknesses, threats, and opportunities. The strengths that we've identified is to say that we have experienced staff, as well as we're now independent from DCS. The weaknesses that we've identified is that budget shortages and budget constraints do impact JICS, as well as the issue of organizational culture. Organizational culture we've identified to say that the transition of JICS being independent has had an impact on staff morale and uncertainties. And thus, we have outsourced an independent service provider who has had to deal with issues of organizational culture and has spoken to staff in terms of how they feel and what they would like to see going forward. JICS has also had to utilize a tool, which is the theory of change. The theory of change has assisted JICS in also mapping a way forward. Basically, with the theory of change, we've had to sit and initially just come up with an assumption to say that in our becoming independent, what do we assume? Initially, we assumed that we would have a sufficient budget. And having a sufficient budget, we've had to say, how would that help us going forward? We've said having a sufficient budget would assist us in conducting inspections and investigations. With regards to inspections, it would assist us in conducting both unannounced and announced inspections. Having a sufficient budget would assist us with training of staff, as well as then we've had to say, if we had a sufficient budget, where would that ultimately take us? And we identified that a sufficient budget would assist us in to have an improved oversight through inspections and investigations. Having a sufficient budget would also assist us in being able to pay our suppliers in 30 days as per the PFMA. We've then had to say that when we have a sufficient budget, what would then the ultimate goal be? We then said the ultimate goal would then be that we would have greater independence, we would have improved oversight in correctional centers, we would have improved performance, we would have enhanced transparency, and if we are able to then carry out our functions effectively and efficiently, this would have an overall impact on the dignity of inmates. And then the ultimate impact there would then be enhanced independent oversight in correctional centers. The JICS organizational structure, as it stands, is that we do have an approved structure which comprises of 86 permanent and 225 ICCV positions. As at the 31st of March, there's a total of 86 permanent and 192 ICCV positions which have been filled. And there is also a total of 13 fixed-term positions additional to the JICS structure. The revised structure, jointly endorsed by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, has also been approved by the Minister of Correctional Services last week. It consists of 477 positions, of which 403 support core functions and 74 are allocated to non-core functions. JICS has 3 programs. The first program is program administration. The second one is inspections and compliance monitoring. And the third program is regional coordination and oversight. And these will be broken down in the following slides. The sub-programs which fall under program administration are management, human resources, finance, as well as information, communication, and technology. The sub-program the administration program has a sub-program management. The output indicator there is we desire to have an audited annual report. And in the coming years, we desire to have an unqualified report on our annual report. Secondly, under sub-program human resources, we have two output indicators. The first one is the percentage of women representation in senior management service. There we've given ourselves a target of 50%. And again, under sub-program human resources is the output indicator percentage of designated employees and other categories who submitted financial disclosures within timeframes. And the target that we've put for ourselves there is 100%. Members, you will realize that in the first three columns, we don't really have information there, and that is because these targets are new targets. The next one under finance, the sub-program finance, is the percentage of supplier payments processed within 30 days of receiving valid invoices. And again, there we've given ourselves a target to say we would like to meet this target by 100%. The sub-program information technology has the output indicator ICT disaster recovery strategy, which we seek to implement, and then with time we seek to maintain. This slide then summarizes the previous slides, as well as breaks them down into quarters. When we move to Program 2 under Inspection and Compliance Monitoring, this program looks at two sub-programs broadly, the first one being Inspections and Investigations, and the next one being Complaints and Mandatory Reporting. Under sub-program Inspections and Investigations, this is basically an indicator that we have had since 2021-2022, and that is why you will see that in these first few columns, we actually have historical data. We actually do have information. This information used to be reported in our in the DCS annual performance plan. So it is the one indicator that has the oldest historical data and information. So initially, we started off targeting to have 129 inspections, and with time it's increased to 136 and then 150. The next one under Inspections and Investigations, output indicator is the percentage of investigations mandated within 7 days of notification. And there also, it's a new indicator and there is no historical information. However, we have targeted 80% and we intend to increase our investigations with time from 80% to 85% and all the way to 90% from 2027 to 2028. And we will do this with more capacity. The next one under Complaints and Mandatory is percentage of complaints received and processed. Again, there the target is 70%. And the next output indicator is the percentage of reported unnatural deaths in correctional facilities received and processed. Again, there we've targeted to have 70%, and it increases to 100% with time. The next output indicator is percentage of reported natural deaths in correctional facilities received and processed. And there we've set the target of 100%. This slide, again, it just summarizes the previous slides, and it also breaks down the various targets that we've set ourselves for every financial year. The attention I'd like to bring you to is in quarter 3, whereby At the output indicator, number of correctional facilities inspected regarding conditions and treatment of inmates, in Q3, you will realize that the indicator has actually dropped. Initially in Q1 and Q2, it was 43, and in Q3, it has dropped to 24, and that is because this is the period of Operation Vala, where there is limited access to the centers. And then we pick it up again in Q4 to 40, where we seek to make up for the inspections that should have been conducted in Q3. Program 3 is regional coordination and oversight. And this program seeks to enhance management, control, and supervision of ICCVs through the efficient, effective management of operational human resources and financial matters. And secondly, it seeks to monitor compliance within Section 94 of the Correctional Services Act through ongoing functional visitors committee meetings with intersectoral collaboration of stakeholders. Under this program, the output indicators that have been outlined is the percentage of record consultations received per annum, and the target there, we've targeted 100%. And with the next output indicator is the percentage of complaints finalized per annum. There we've set the target 60%, and we hope to increase the targets with time. The last output indicator is number of visitors committee meetings conducted per annum. So the target there is 148 visitors committees as we seek to have, but as you will see in the next slide, the target, the output indicator target, which was 148, has now been broken down to say that every quarter we seek to carry out 37 visitors committees across our regions. I will now hand over to our Chief Financial Officer, who will then speak on the budget.
No, thank you. Good morning, Chair, members, Minister, DM, Judge, colleagues. My presentation will cover the slide from 30 to 36, which is about the budget allocation of the Judicial Inspectorate for financial years 2025, 2026 to 27, 2028, or over the medium term. I'll look at the program structure first, which you'll find on slide number 30 on the presentation. Looking at the program structure, the 25-26 budget allocation for the Judicial Inspectorate is allocated in alignment with the approved program structure, which comprise of 3 programs designed to support the JICS strategic objectives and ensure that we achieve our mandate. As indicated earlier on by the previous speaker, we have 3 programs. Program 1 being administration, then program 2 bring inspection, monitoring and compliance, then program 3 regional coordination and oversight. Moving to the next slide, which is economic classifications for the institution. We look at 2025, 2026, 27, 28 financial year. Judicial Inspectorate has been allocated an amount of 387.8 million over the medium term, with 25-26 being 121.1 million, 26-27 130 million, then 27-28 135.8. In total, that is 387.8 million. Sorry, I will move to the next slide on page number 32, which is the summary of the previous slide, but now on item level 4, which indicates the very same information that I presented earlier on. Then I will move again to the next slide, which now we look at the budget overview per program, starting with program 1, which is administration. The program, as indicated by the previous speaker, consists of 5 sub-programs, being management, human resource, finance, information technology, and strategic management. Over the MTF period, the program has been allocated an amount of 194.3 million. 89.5 million is earmarked for compensation of employees, with some sizable allocations within goods and services, which covers items such as computer services, with an allocation of 10.4 for 25-26 financial year, then 12.5 for 27-28 financial year. Operating leases with an allocation of 8.1 in 25-26 and 9.2 in 27-28. Just a few items that are under the program administration. Then I will move to the program 2, which is inspection, monitoring, and compliance. Over the MTF period, the program has been allocated an amount of 59.1, with 48% earmarked for compensation of employees. This allocation will support the increase of inspection activities, enabling an increase in the number of correctional centers inspected from 150 in the 25-26 financial year to 160 inspections by 27-28 financial year. Those inspections consist of both announced and unannounced inspections. I will move to program 3, which is regional coordination and oversight. The program is responsible for the management of 5 provincial regional offices, being Northern Management Region responsible for Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Northwest. As we know, this is the biggest region for JICS. Hence, our intention is to establish a new regional management office, which will be called LMN, obviously, if funds permits. The second one is Central Management Region, responsible for Free State and Northern Cape Province. The other one is KwaZulu-Natal, responsible for KZN Province, Western Cape, responsible for Western Cape Province, as well as Eastern Cape. Over the medium term, the program has been allocated an amount of 133.5 million, with 120 representing approximately 90% of program's budget allocated to compensation of employees. Acting CEO, that's my slides that I had to present. I'll hand over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. At this stage, I'm going to hand back to the chairperson. Thank you.
Judge Cameron?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I have only a very few comments. The first is, as the Minister reported, he and the National Commissioner were at the UN in its special debate on Friday about the 10th anniversary of the Nelson Mandela rules for prisons and for prisoners. And as the Minister rightly indicated, those rules are largely in conformity with our own Correctional Services Act and with the commitments and aspirations that the Minister presented after he spoke to the General Assembly in the morning at an interministerial side event over lunch. But what I want to add, Honourable Chair, is that there are very few countries that have an inspectorate. And there are very few states in the United States. The United States, as we know, is the largest carceral perpetrator in the world, by far. There are 2 million people in the United States, disproportionately black. Nearly half of the people in the United States prisons are black, whereas the proportion of black people is about 10 or 12% in the United States. My figures are all rough. But all of that simply to underscore the importance of what the Correctional Services Act under the Mandela presidency did in creating JICS. And I want to add a figure, an observation that I think I gave to your counterparts of this committee in the National Council of Province, which is that our Eastern Cape executive, whose spouse is himself a member of the NCOP committee on safety and security, our executive in the Eastern Cape, Mrs. Gericke, she made an observation which I believe that research and statistical figures will bear out, which is that when we don't have an independent monitor, Deputy Minister, good morning. Happy to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The violence levels go up. Violence between inmates, violence inmate upon personnel and personnel on inmate. And I think that underscores the theoretical importance of the work that has been presented by our colleagues Khaliza and Mchali. But it also underscores the importance that we can get budget to appoint those extra 30 or 40 ICCVs. The second point I want to make, and this is my final point, Honourable Chairperson, is that inspections are a tough job. We are doing as many as we can, and I pause there to underscore what I'm saying, but we are also involving judges and lower court judicial officers, magistrates and senior magistrates who are willingly undertaking this business. We have a template for inspections which judges and magistrates follow. We've got a very long template that we ourselves follow in JICS every time we do an inspection of a correctional centre. We've got an abbreviated template, and I can forward some examples of inspection reports. An inspection is a laborious matter which requires attention to specific areas of the correctional centre and requires a report which enables JICS to follow up and to see whether the recommendations have been followed. So it's on that basis that we are extending our inspections, and of course we welcome rigorous inspections by members of this committee as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Judge Cameron, and your team on the presentation. With regards to the annual performance plans and your budget, Minister, including your political overview, the acting CEO. We are used to having the CEO who would speak broadly and lament and so forth. It was quite strange today that you only gave us 5 minutes or 2 minutes. Normally the CEO, Judge Cameron, would take about 15, 20 minutes. Further explaining the presentation in what he would term in context. You do send our regards to the CEO on his family leave. Members, clarities, questions with regards to the APP and budget. The first annual performance plan of JICS. Honorable Engelbrecht, Mrs. Ngaba, Ms. Diale, Honorable Niehaus, Honorable Sokopo, Honorable Kluete, Babgasa, and Honorable Windy. In that sequence. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Judge and JICS, for your presentation. I have a number of questions. Firstly, relating to the vacancy crisis and recruitment. With 39.2% vacancy rate, and which translates into 187 unfilled posts, and only 60.8% of core positions filled, what is your concrete time-bound plan to fill critical vacancies? And how will the current staffing shortages impede your oversight mandate in 2025-2026? Then, compensation versus performance. 68% of your budget is allocated to compensation of employees, yet underspending reached 16.99% in the years 24-25, partly due to vacancies. How do you justify this high compensation of employee allocation while failing to fill posts? And what measures ensure funds are redirected to active oversight functions? Then on inspection program under resourcing, program 2 receives only 15% of the budget despite being core to your mandate. With 83% of its budget spent on salaries for 24 staff members, how can you ensure effective nationwide inspections and death investigations? Then about complaints processing targets. Why is the target for processing complaints only 70% for 25-26? What happens to the remaining 30% of rights violations reported? And what resources are needed to achieve 100%? Then on death investigation inconsistency. You target 100% processing of unnatural deaths in 25-26, up from 70%, but only 60% of all complaints. Why this disparity? How will you reconcile this when unnatural deaths are a subset of complaints? Then your management sub-program search. The management sub-program budget increased by 968%, while finance was cut by 50%. What specific outputs justify this reallocation, and how does it enhance frontline oversight? Your unexplained travel and minor assets spike. What necessitates the 700,000 increase in travel and subsistence and the 500% increase in minor assets to 600,000 rand? Please detail the planned expenditure and its link to inspection outputs. Your consultancy reliance. 800,000 is allocated for consultants in program 2, while inspector posts remain vacant. What specific functions will consultants perform that staff cannot? And how does this align with building internal capacity? Relating to fleet services adequacy, With only 200,000 allocated for fleet services in Program 2, how many operational vehicles do you have for inspections? Is this sufficient for nationwide oversight, given the 600,000 rand cut to travel in Program 3? Then lastly, youth unemployment and skills development. This APP lacks targets for youth employment or staff development. With 187 vacancies, what is your strategy to recruit and train young South Africans, particularly for ICCV roles, to ensure sustainable capacity? Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Honorable Engel. Mrs. Ngaba?
Thank you, Chair. Some of my questions are going to emphasize what Honorable Engelbrecht said, but I do think they're important. So I'm going to zoom in on 3 of the indicators. On slide 16, the percentage of misconduct cases by JICS officials that are investigated within 60 days. Number 1, why is that target 75%, not 100%? More importantly, it remains 75% in the 3 years after, so there doesn't seem to be any ambition to get more effective at that. The same critique applies to the percentage of complaints received and processed. It is 70%, this is on slide 22. It's 70% and it remains so for the next 3 years. Why aren't we aiming to improve? And also, just going on to what Honorable Engelbrecht said, what happens to the other 30%? Can someone walk us through what does it mean to receive it, to process it? If you don't process it, where does it go? And then on slide 23, the third indicator I want to look at is investigations mandated within seven days. Again, it does not improve in the coming years. Why is it 80% and not 100? What happens to the others? Then my last question speaks to your budget more broadly on slides 33 to 35. If I'm reading this correctly, the budget for Program 1 is almost the same size as Program 2 and 3 combined. My understanding would have been that Programs 2 and 3 are your core function. So can someone explain that to me? It doesn't seem like a good allocation of resources. What are we missing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ngaba. Mrs. Diale?
Thank you, Chair. Let me just begin by appreciating the presentation as done by JICS. I have been covering the point of consultants within the JICS. Let me just check you mentioned the issue of staff shortage. Can I just check what areas are affected mainly by these staff shortages that you have, and what is JICS plan on ensuring that those affected areas are properly serviced as required? And there's also a mention of shortage of budget in respect of payment of service providers within 30 days. Can you elaborate on that? Because you mentioned when the presentation was done is that if you had enough budget, you would be able to pay service providers within 30 days. Can you just elaborate on that part? Thank you so much. That's my question.
Thank you, Mrs. Diale. Honorable Niehaus?
Thank you, Chair, and let me thank JICS for the presentation. I'm going to be uncharacteristically short because my colleagues have been quite good in highlighting many of the issues that I wanted to raise.
Strange.
But yes, for a change. But I must say that the Honorable Engelbrecht has covered a vast amount of the issues that I wanted to raise. What I did want to emphasize again, and again, my colleague raised it, but I want to re-emphasize it. What jumped out for me was the expenditure on Program 1 in terms of administration, and then what I would consider to be a much lower expenditure on Programs 2 and 3, that is inspection, monitoring and compliance, and Program 3, regional coordination and oversight, which are the core functions of JICS. And I'm concerned that the balance of the finances allocated indicate a wrong balance, and that the amount that goes into administration compared to what one even considers to be the joint amount that goes into Program 2 and 3 on inspection, monitoring and regional coordination, I think is problematic. And I would like to understand to what extent the first program on administration assists Programs 2 and 3, which may not be necessarily properly reflected in the way that you've broken it down here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Niehaus. Honorable Sokopo.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies for being late. Welcoming the report, Chair, I think. Welcoming the report, Chair, I think Honorable Mbangazita have put it very well, that Honorable Engelbrecht came out as our shop steward today. Just to touch on a few of the issues that has been raised already by my colleagues. S&T, there is a spike on S&T for 700,000. And the question would have been, I'm not sure from where JICS come from when everybody else talks about cut of budget, there's no money in government, and I think the first thing that you would have think if you want to cut budget, it will be on your S&Ts. But here you find JICS increasing on their S&T. And as they are increasing, they have this benchmark of 70%, which is very interesting. How I thought, one would have thought that if they increase, then they would at least reach 90%. But they've got this 70% that they are so much in love with, which really wants somebody. I have never seen somebody's target would be 70% and leave 30% as if they are leaving it deliberate. Chair, consultants, the love of consultants in government departments is too much. I'm sure it is an indication that there is lack of capacity within the institution, that the institution prepared itself that it will have to go out and procure services outside. Maybe if they would just explain there as well. Like I said, Honorable Engelbrecht was our shop steward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokopo. Honorable Kluete.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, allow me to greet the honorable members, Minister and the Deputy Minister, JICS and officials of the Department of Correctional Service. Mine, Honorable Chairperson, before I'm going to ask my question, firstly allow me also to welcome the presentation. JICS plan to process 100% unnatural deaths received in 2025 and 2026. However, in the 2024-2025, the target was set at only 70%. What is the reason for the target of only 70% in the 2024 and the 2025 instead of not 100%? The allocation for fleet service remained the same at only 200,000 in the 2025-2026 period. what is JICS if not no new vehicles were procured in the current financial year, and how many vehicles does JICS currently have? The last one, Honorable Chairperson, is the item of travel and substance has been decreased from 4.7 million in the 2024-2025 to 3.1 million in the 2025-2026. What is the reason for such a decrease? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klote. Bab Gasa.
Thank you, Chairperson. JICS's own transparency is lacking. No audit outcome are disclosed, and risk management. And Program 1 has no public KPIs, and this contradicts the claim value of accountability. So can JICS publish the 2024-2025 audit report and explain any irregularities? And how many corruption cases involved JICS staff were investigated in 2024? And my last question is, what sanctions apply to officials who suppress investigation reports? I thank you.
Thank you, Bab Gasa. Honorable Windy.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to welcome the presentation, but also I want to commend the Inspectorate for targeting 50% of women in the management positions. But it's good to put it in a plan, Judge. But you must also be able to say how are you going to do it. Already with the lack of how you are recruiting, you are having a lot of vacancies, but you are also saying you are striving to get to 50% of women in your management capacity. But you are having this gap and this challenge yourself in filling a critical vacancy. So I will just want to see, Chair, how do you seems to want to do that, the 50%, so that it don't becomes something on the document that you don't have a plan for. I've been covered on the issue of youth by my colleagues, and then also JICS don't say what money or what finances will they need to totally complete the staff establishment. There's nothing to say for us to get to our final destination of our staff establishment. This is the amount of money that we will need to do that. There's no point that is really eating home to on that. And also my last one, Chair, is on what do you have for training and building of capacity of your own institution? Did you make provision for that? As you are saying, you want to move women into 50% of your staff and management. Do you have provision for training and capacity building for them inside of the institution? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Windy. Judge Cameron, those are clarities and questions. Some were comments to the APP that has been presented, including the allocation of budget to programs. I would hand over to you and your team to then provide clarities or answer questions that have been raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It will indeed be me and my team. I want to start with Mr. Gasa's questions, and I want to tell the committee a story. There were scurrilous allegations made in a memo to me by a staff member concerning corruption and concerning racism. And we had those allegations thoroughly investigated by a whole team from the Public Service Commission, whom I brought in and I briefed, and they reported back to me. And those allegations were found to be entirely unfounded. And the staff member who made the allegations wrote them initially to me. And because I knew the staff member from a long time ago, the staff member, they said, please keep this highly confidential. I don't know what to do. The next thing I knew, that staff member had circulated the supposedly highly confidential memo containing these outrageous, scurrilous, unwarranted and unjustified allegations throughout the organization. It did a huge amount of damage. And under my instruction, that staff member, after the PSC vindicated every single staff member who was accused of corruption, I instructed that disciplinary charges be preferred against that staff member, who then apologized. The persons who were wrongfully and injuriously accused of corruption accepted that apology. So I hope that I find it very disturbing that justly this committee probes, and I'm glad you do probe. That is your public duty, sir. But I want to answer that strongly. I want the public to know, and I want this committee to know, that there's no corruption at JICS. And we are proud of that. We are proud that we were vindicated by a very thorough and detailed investigation, which also dealt with our audited reports, and I'm going to ask Mr. Teliza to come back to that. The second issue I want to deal with, Madam, is that I think, Mr. Engelbrecht, I think there's a misunderstanding. We have 187 ICCVs. What we are lacking is about 25 or 30, maybe 40. So our aim is to have an ICCV at every correctional center, which would be about 240. We're on 187 at the moment. So we need 40 or 50. Some of the correctional centers are small. They're in small towns. We can appoint someone to two of them. So the figure we need is much smaller. We don't have the disturbing vacancy rate that you inferred. And I'm glad to be able to assure the committee of that. Thank you for raising that issue. The third thing I want to say is that we deal with an absolutely enormous volume of complaints. I'm going to ask Ms. Sabuta and Mr. D'Souza and Ms. Mpom Charlie to address that as well, and of course the acting CEO. So if we are less than perfect, it might be, and to some extent here I'm speculating, that many of the complaints concern issues that we have tried to address. Getting public works in to fix. We're in the middle of an ice-cold winter. It's cold here in Cape Town today. It's cold in Gauteng, where we left early this morning. And most, the National Commissioner will want to correct me, our audit, which Ms. Sabuta conducts, is that most correctional centers don't have hot water. So if you at Groenpunt, which is on the Vaal, which is even colder than Gauteng, colder than Bloemfontein, you are going to freeze when you try to wash yourself. So the point I'm making, Madam Chair, is that I think the complaints number, Ms. Sabuta will correct me, is hundreds of thousands, with Mr. D'Souza, and she will correct me. So we deal with an enormous volume. I personally, I've told this committee before, both Deputy Minister's predecessor, Honorable Nkosi Patekile Holomisa, as well as Mr. Golden Miles Budu, did me the favor of widely distributing my personal cell phone number. So I receive a large number of complaints myself. Mr. Niehaus, kindly let the record reflect that Mr. Niehaus is very amused by that, Madam Chair. And I'm going to get his cell phone number and I'm going to distribute it in prisons as well. Madam Chair, so we get an enormous...
I'm perfectly happy for my cell phone number to be all over the country, but I was laughing more in acknowledgement of the person who distributed your number.
They did so. They were telling everyone who complained to them, contact the inspecting judge. And quite rightly, I accept that. Madam Chair, there are many... Mr. Niehaus rightly raises the question of the balance of program allocation. Ms. Diale, Your Honourable Ms. Diale raises the question of what areas are affected by our staff shortages. And I did anticipate that question by saying yes, where we don't have independent correctional centre visitors, we do think that the carrying out of our mandate is affected. So that's quite right. Then, Madam Chair, if I may be cheeky, and I'm giving a cheeky warning, a large part of our travel budget is now concerned with reporting to this committee. And Madam Chair, I would like to say, I asked Mr. Tleliza a few visits ago what it costs to bring 6 of us down. 2 of us, my research associate, Ms. Sehela Surajpal, and I, leave very early in the morning. We leave Gauteng on their 6 o'clock flight and we return in the afternoon. Other people have to stay overnight. It costs between 100,000 and 120,000 each time we come here. So it is expensive, and I will stick to propriety and say nothing more, Madam Chair. And thank you for your smile as well. May the record reflect that. Madam Chair,
Noted, Judge Cameron.
I'm going to get out of the speaking turn right away as soon as I can. Madam Chair, may I ask Ms. Mchali, Mr. Tleliza, Mr. D'Souza, Ms. Sabuta, and the acting CEO, please, to follow up. Thank you.
Acting CEO, who's starting?
Maybe I can just make a few remarks about, because my speciality is more HR and corporate services. Yes, we do have a huge vacancy rate, but we must remember until the 31st of March of this year, we had this austerity measures, and it was almost impossible to actually fill most of the positions. We also need to remember that our new structure was only recently, and I think it was last week, it was approved after quite a battle with DPSA in terms of proving our structure, our new structure, in terms of our new status as a national government component. So there are huge gaps. Unfortunately, we do not have all the money to fill all the 477 positions. Those positions we will try to target over a number of years, over MTF period. Of course, we are dependent on National Treasury again, and we all know what the status is. That is the one thing I want to say. What is also very important is that we have now, we went out to advertise almost 120 positions currently now out on advertising. The majority of it is our ICCVs. There was also a question about the issue of how do we target the youth. Now, especially in those positions, the entry-level positions, our ICCVs as well as our clerk positions, we really make a point to target our youth. That's people up to, I think it's 35. And that's very important. What we want to do is to say that we really want to contribute to that. I think our target in terms of youth employment is much higher as the current, what is actually expected from us, because we really target our youth. That is very important. I think also what's very important is that we must know that Rome is not built in one day, as we all know. And it's not always easy. There is some issues we can actually do more. But in terms of our representativity of our SMS members on 50%, we are there. And we are very sensitive. We do have what we call an employment equity plan, and we have a committee who's actually sit on a regular basis to ensure that we have those targets and we actually reach those targets. That is very important. So I trust I have answered most of the question in terms of our corporate service, in terms of our corporate services. Yes. Our administration budget in terms, and I know our acting CEO will actually come up just now in terms of explaining our administration budget is quite especially our compensation budget, looks actually a little bit distorted. But we must remember that we are also a compliance-driven organization. In your administration, you have the CEO and his people who's actually doing the strategic. And then if you go to HR is also covered in administration. Now we are various positions at HR. We look at the compliance side. That's very important. You cannot, one person in terms of, just an example, in terms of personnel, you cannot use one person to actually approve or capture, approve, recommend all these positions on personnel. There must be a delegation, a separate delegation of functions, actually to ensure that we don't have corruption amongst us to that risk. I know one of the committee members talk about the risk. Also in terms of your finance department, there are various sections which actually are currently, it's all actually currently quite understaffed. If you look at the roles and the functions we are supposed to do, acting CFO will actually correct me. I think he only had something like 8 or 9 people in his division. And we're talking here about base payments. So yes, it looks like there's a little bit difference, but it's not really the case. Remember, we are talking about core functions and non-core functions. Now, our core functions, if I remember out of my head, it's over 70%, almost 80%, where our non-core functions are only about 20-something%. So that's my bit. I just want to answer, if it's, and thank you for the opportunity. Maybe I can allow, if it's in order, the acting CFO actually to come on board. To answer those questions, and then we can go to Mr. Buta and Mr. Jeliza, Mr. D'Souza to answer questions on inspections and regions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Acting CEO. I will start with the question on the auditing, which is about the disclosure or publication of the 24-25 audit outcomes. As you know, we were proclamated as a government component from 1st of April 2024. However, our finances, our assets, our liabilities were still under the Department of Correctional Services. There was no transfer that took place. So we had an engagement with the Chief Financial Officer of DCS, as well as the AG. The question was, if we audit JICS, what exactly are we going to audit? Because there was no transfer that took place. So the outcome of those discussions was that JICS will be audited under DCS as previously, you know. So there is no report at this stage. JICS is part of the audit outcomes of the Department of Correctional Services. I hope that answers the question. That's why you see there's no historical figures on our APP, because we have never been audited as an independent institution. I will maybe to add on the compensation budget. I think there was a question that dealt with underspending. We actually spent 99.78% of our COE budget in 2024-2025. Yes, we experienced some issues because of the austerity measures that were in place. Then some of the officials exited the system, so obviously then it will take some time, to fill those vacancies. But I think at the end of the day, we spent our allocation on COE. Regarding the question that was raised in terms of 30 days payment, I think it was just a wording. That's what we target to pay all our suppliers within 30 days, and it's not linked to any availability of budget. That's our target, is to pay suppliers within 30 days. Maybe it was the just of the wording that was used during the presentation. Regarding the consultancy, it's not exactly consultancy. Just that I will need to go in detail now. That's item level 4. But if you break it down, it's not consultants. We don't deal with consultants. We do everything ourselves. It's just that where we paid the expenditure, it was in relation to the annual report. Let me put it in that way. The procurement of annual report, as well as your calendars, your diaries, the printing items. So that expenditure was posted against that particular item, which is consultants. But not that we get people to come in and assist us, no. We do the normal procurement, then we source the service provider, like you will do with the stationery and so forth, those normal items, to brand these diaries for us, and your calendars and so forth. I hope I have answered, unless if there was another question, or there was a question in terms of vehicles. We have 30 vehicles that are used for inspection, investigation purposes. Each region has about 5 vehicles. There was also the question on the budget, administration budget. Administration budget, not specifically referring to the COE, looks huge. It's because of the goods and services. Administration, that's where you get all your support. In terms of IT, that budget will sit there. I think at this stage, as I indicated earlier on, it's about 13 million, only IT budget, because we have to pay the data lines for all the provinces and stuff. Then the vehicles budget also sit under program administration, under finance. So, but we have 59.1 million in 2025, 2026, about 32 million. I'll have to check. I think it's about 32 million is meant for goods and services. It's because of those support items that are sitting there under human resource. That includes the payment of properties. They are under human resource, because those buildings at the regions, I will say the budget is centralized in terms of properties under human resource. That's why you will see program administration having a huge budget. It's just those support tools to support the regions. Thank you. I think I have answered all my questions. Thank you. Acting CEO, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chiliza. Yes, I just want to add something. In terms of our ICCVs, we have our wish list is to have 275. That's what we call the approved positions in our correctional centers. But due to our budget allocation, we actually can only fill 250 of those positions. And as indicated, we have a huge selection and recruitment drive now to fill those positions. Those positions, the advertised positions, will actually now close the advertisement on Friday, the 20th. But please allow me to introduce Ms. Buta, our regional director, regional head, and then afterwards, Mr. De Souza, to answer some of our other questions and comments what was raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting CEO, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Judge, National Commissioner, Honorable Members, and all protocol observed. Judge, you requested me to touch on the issue of, or question on complaints. But I have discussed with Mr. D'Souza, he is going to cover as to why are we targeting 70% and not 100% of the complaints received and the processes that we are following, because it does fall under DLS. I will respond on the question of areas affected by staff shortages, to add from what acting CEO has reported. We are having a high vacancy rate of ICCVs as JICS, mainly because as an organization, I think we do not have job security, because currently our ICCVs, they are appointed on a 3-year contract. And what normally happens during the 3-year contract, they will look for other jobs and then they get appointed by other departments. But the areas that are mostly affected, or provinces, it is the Eastern Cape region and the Western Cape region. We also do have vacancies in other regions, but those two are the most affected regions. We do have future plans in terms of ensuring that the 275 positions that we envisaged are filled in the organization. And also we do have plans in terms of a retention strategy for the ICCVs in the organization. And we also do capacitate them in terms of trainings within the organization on the job training. And we also do have future trainings that are planned for our staff, not only the ICCVs, but the entire staff at JICS. But with the job security that is a challenge in the organization, we will constantly be having a high vacancy when it comes to ICCVs, but we are considering in future ensuring that we do have or give them the job that they deserve, because most of them, even when they meet with the inspecting judge, they are requesting to be permanent in the organization, but due to budget constraints at the moment, we are unable to appoint them on permanent basis. Thank you, Acting CEO. I'll hand over to Mr. D'Souza.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chair and members and Minister, Deputy Minister. In general, that 70% that we target, this is obviously due to our staff that are very limited. So hopefully now that our structure is approved, at least the positions are approved, now we're just waiting for the finance. Let me give you maybe an example. In our complaints unit that deals with serious complaints, we have 1 manager, 2 case officers, and 2 clerks for the whole country. Our mandatory reporting unit that deals with all the deaths in South Africa, we have 1 manager, 1 case officer, and 1 clerk only. Our inspectors and investigators are 9. We've got 1 clerk that deals with all the administration in the whole country, and 2 managers, 1 for inspections and 1 for investigations. So hopefully we are currently doing what we can, but we cannot be perfect. We are doing our best, but hopefully as and when our new capacity will come in our structure, we will be able to report to you that we go on to up to 100%. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Please allow me to hand back to IJ, where we have a few last remarks. Thank you, IJ.
None from me, Madam Chair, but I know that you also encourage follow-up from your members. Thank you, ma'am.
I certainly do, Judge Cameron. But before we get to the follow-ups, I check first whether members' questions that they have raised or clarities they've sought to JICS were all answered. Then after that, we get to follow-ups on the responses that your team would have made. Members, were all questions or clarities are responded to? Okay, Mrs. Ngaba.
Thanks, Chair. I raised questions around 3 indicators. The complaints received and processed was just mentioned now. I also asked on slide 16, misconduct cases investigated within the prescribed time frame. That is 75% with no indication of improvement. It's 75 for the next 4 years. And then I also raised on slide 23, the investigations mandated within 7 days also sits at 70%, no indication of improvement. Why is that?
Thank you. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I did make the point about the amount of the budget that goes to administration and then the other 2 programs seeming to get considerably less, program 2 and 3. I didn't get full clarity on what the administrative spending is in terms of the empowerment or assistance to programs 2 and 3, meaning inspection and compliance and regional coordination. I did get some comment about regional coordination, but I would like to get some more details about how that plays through and how monies that are being spent on administration helps to empower inspection and compliance and regional coordination. Thank you.
Judge Cameron and your team.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. D'Souza and then Mr. Kaliza and Mr. Acting CEO to come in.
Thank you very much. I think those 3 indicators, maybe some background, and I don't know if we were wrong to do it like that. But at the time that we were compiling our plans, we did not have any indication yet whether our structure would be approved or how long it's going to take. So we can always next year, when we do our new annual performance plan, revise our figures. But we thought that we would rather be conservative because we were really not sure whether we're going to get any money, whether our situation would improve or not. But I think now, with the structure that was approved, we are still basically in the same position because we do not have funds yet. But as soon as, but I think we can start to think ahead and now start to improve our figures to bring it up. I hope I've answered. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, IJ. Honorable Member, I did try to answer this question. Let me say, you are correct. The budget of administration looks huge than the other 2 programs. And the main reason is those support services that we provided for program 2 and program 3, which is in terms of properties. That's a huge budget. It's sitting under program administration it's under operating leases. We pay the rents for all the buildings throughout the country. That budget is sitting there. That includes property payments, which is for rates and taxes. We also pay for all the provinces. So you will not see that budget under those 2 programs, but it's sitting under program administration. In terms of computer services or IT services, that budget is also sitting under program administration, but not within the other 2 sub-programs. So those are differences that will make this program administration budget looks big or huge, but because we use administration to support these 2 other programs. I hope I have tried. Thank you so much.
Maybe I can just come in,
Mrs. Ngaba.
Naba, yes.
Yes.
Yes, in terms of the misconduct cases, last year we had something like 5 cases, and it relates more to our ICCBs with fraudulent activities. Now, the reason why we kept it conservative is because we don't have a dedicated investigation team. We must actually target or mandate people in JICS with specifically skills to do these investigations. And whenever it actually go out to be a disciplinary case, when we actually rely also again on our own staff, and as we have indicated, we have limited staff. In some cases, we also need to go outside of our organization. Depends on how crucial the case is and sensitive the case is. So, of course, as my colleague has indicated behind me, it's a very conservative figure percentage. Of course, if we get more staff and budget allocation, we will actually look into to actually increase that case. We also must remember, lastly, what I want to say is that some of these cases are very complex, and it's not easy. It's not always easy, and that is the reason why we stick at the 75%. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Acting CEO. Members, do you have follow-ups? Mrs. Ngaba?
Thank you, Chair. So I actually should have mentioned this under questions that weren't answered. On those same 3 indicators, one of the questions was, what happens to the other 30%? So your target is 75 or 70 as, based on which one we're talking about. So I do want to say, and I think you all know from your previous appearances in committee, we're on your side on the budget issues. We understand the budget constraints. What troubles me is, for example, I think Mr. D'Souza, if I'm not mistaken, was saying that you created these targets prior to learning of the approval of your additional funds. Now, that may be so. I would have thought it would be incumbent on you to think about, okay, so if we don't get these resources, how are we going to improve our performance? Because my struggle is, do those 30% fall away? Like the misconduct cases, that's a real thing, and especially if it's fraud cases, it also contributes to siphoning your funds. I don't think you can sort of fold your hands. So I would have liked to hear, given your constraints that we are all aware of, we're on your side, but how do you improve? I do think whether it's using the IT support that's in the administration budget, can you do something there to help manage the load? I think resigning yourselves as it appears here without any improvement in the coming years, it looks disappointing, hopeless. You get what I'm saying? It seems to lack any sort of imagination or drive to address the issues. Can I just get a fulsome answer as to, so what happens to the rest of it? What's the plan to tackle that given the constraints that we all know?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I just want to say that the 30% never follow.
You just went for it. Eh? You just got on it. Acting CEO, you can proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Apology. The 30% never falls away. Most of those cases, we talk about finalized cases. So it's not that there's the intention of just hide those cases away or put it in the dustbin or file 13 as we used to call it. No, that will never happen. We always, what we'll also do is, because there's a lot of sometimes funding available issues, and you will also find that some of these cases are taken on a review. But that is not the case. What we are talking about is investigations. And we rather came up with a conservative case issues. We actually need to train more of our staff to do some of his investigations, because we are aligned actually on our internal staff, and we already registered that in terms with what you call it, yeah, we registered those need actually to train more people in the skills of investigation, or especially concentrating on the human resources side, because it's not the same as what you do in cases of, in terms of disciplinary cases as well. Part of it is also if you have disciplinary inquiries. So at the end of the day, what we want to do is that if we talk about the 75% or 70% rather, we talk about finalized cases. And those what actually is left over, we will actually we continuously continue to do that. Yes, we can do more, and we will find some initiatives to actually do more. We must also remember that we need to do more with less, as I say, and we really try to do that at JICS. Thank you. My colleague just want to add something. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Acting CEO. Maybe I should have said that 30% that is left, it is not that we're not going to do it. It is that we're not going to get to it within the prescribed time frame. So we might be late with it, but we will still give attention to 100% of everything that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting CEO, Judge Cameron and your team, for the responses. You have provided clarities. I saw Engel, were those sets of questions that you gave to the Judge Cameron?
Madam Chair, some of those questions is not something that you can answer in 2 minutes. And also, a big part of that was explained by, you know, the structure has only been approved a couple of weeks ago. So I'm satisfied.
Thank you so much, Honorable Engel. I wanted to check whether do we need formal responses on them, because I saw when you gave Judge Cameron those sets of questions. So we thank you so much for the reports, for tabling your APP and your budget allocations to your program, and this being your first APP as a standalone department outside being reliant of DCS, and I wish the CEO was here for. I would see the response on that. But equally, it's so beautiful to watch the growth in JICS, especially with regards to Mrs. Mjali. On your days when you entered, I think as a researcher, if I'm correct, Mrs. Mjali. Because I think when I came to the Portfolio Committee 2021, you were a researcher then. You are acting now as a director, as an assistant director. You quite did well with the presentation, and hope that the next time we interact with JICS, you will not be coming on an acting capacity. You would be coming on a fully appointed capacity in the Portfolio Committee. But we do commend that growth. It's a good growth, that employees grow within the system. On funded post, we did have a Portfolio Committee on HR matters, Acting CEO, and we reiterate again today that all funded posts must be filled. And filling of senior posts, there must be consideration of all demographics, and also a consideration of ICCVs who qualifies. We must encourage growth of ICCVs. It must never be that they get to be recruited in the system and be left at that level. We must encourage growth of ICCVs. And if there is growth of ICCVs that have started as ICCVs and now they're in the head office, it is a good story to tell. Members have reiterated on reliance of consultants. And I had the CEO explain, the CFO reiterating and explaining. I'm not sure he was explaining to make us understand why you would term consultants, but whilst it's not reliant to your day-to-day work, but you term it as consultants, you would know the real honest truth of why you have brought it as consultants. But we do encourage that, where possible, do kindly avoid using consultancy and be reliant as an institution. And that also will promote a transfer of skills, CFO, than relying on consultancy. We do commend the setting up targets of 50% on women, on recruitment, especially to senior management. And we hope that the next time we interface with JICS, you would be able to speak positive outcome of that process. Inspection is one of your core mandates, which we are expecting that a chunk of funds should be directed to that. And it should be directed to that so that you are able to achieve your mandate. Targets for youth employment, it's quite concerning about lack of youth employment in your APP. And we hope that your next APP, we urge JICS to make a consideration of youth employment in your next APP as one of your targets for employment, so that we equally you can be monitored and be measured on it. And let's not base that in the next APP only on ICCVs, the whole structure of JICS. Alignment between performance and expenditure cannot be overemphasized. JICS should ensure that when we come back at the end of the financial year, we see an alignment between performance and expenditure. We will monitor all the targets that you have set and performances during your quarterly reports when we meet. And a detailed report or recommendation on your budget, it would be thoroughly outlined. You'd get it as a report. The portfolio committee would meet outside you, JICS, to further speak and poke on the recommendations that we're putting to JICS. So once that report is done, you would be able to get. So these are some of the recommendations that we're putting to yourself. And lastly, Judge Cameron, we have noted, and this we have raised with the department led by the minister I think it was last week when we met DCS, the inconsistencies of reports on unnatural death. That JICS will report 200, DCS will come and say 250. So the committee recommended that your office and the Office of the National Commissioner, there should be a meeting. So the National Commissioner was therefore mandated that should ensure that there is a meeting between the two, which would sit and strategize on how you synchronize information between the two of you. We should not have a situation where you come and present your stats and it gets to be rectified or corrected in the portfolio committee. So both DCS and JICS, when it comes to the portfolio committee and presents on stats, there should have been concurrence between the two of you in confirming those numbers or stats. And when that meeting does it, we have also said the National Commissioner must forward a report of that meeting, a register, and the minutes of that meeting, so that the Portfolio Committee can have an assurance that the meeting did take place. So those are recommendations. Then a further detailed outline of it would be in the report. And that report would be a report that gets to be tabled in the National Assembly to be fully adopted. So that's how we conclude our session on the presentation of APP and budget on JICS. Any parting words, Judge Cameron?
No, and thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. I think that we've traversed the important issues as the committee has outlined and specified and listed them in order of importance. And I don't have any closing words except to say that this process is a rigorous one for JICS, and we appreciate it because it informs our exertions and our focus and our priorities. And with those thanks, I conclude my inputs.
Thank you so much, Judge Cameron. We then have concluded on item 4, which was briefing by JICS. We'll then move to item 5, which is supposed to be briefing by DCS. I would request a 15 minutes break to allow Mrs. Ngaba to take a break, and then would resume and start at 12 o'clock with a presentation by DCS. Thank you. Can we start, colleagues? We can then start. Sia, Ubab Makelen. The Northern Cape Conference there at the back, led by Honorable Windy. We can then start. No one wants to sit next to you, National Commissioner. Just summon your team to sit next to you. They've paid themselves except you. We have, we can then proceed to receive the APP from the department and budget for 2025-2026 financial year. But before we do that, I see there are new faces on your team, National Commissioner. I thought there are JICS, but JICS has left. So the regulars, we know Jito now is becoming a regular. We're going to have an item on you, Jito, so you are going to be regular in the portfolio committee. So do kindly introduce your team that is new, so that then we can proceed. From our side, there's no new faces. National Commissioner Samuel.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister. The Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for human resources is on leave. She's represented by the acting CDC, Ms. Mandine Stradom. She's just right behind me on the left. And we have Ms. Tipuolo Loeto from the Minister's Office.
Okay, thank you so much. We don't want to sit with people that we do not know. We need to know each other, who is in the room. PMG at the back. Is it PMG or it's a researcher? Oh, Honorable Daniels. Okay. Then we can proceed to the DCS Minister. Your political overview, you can take us through so that then we can then have a report that is led by your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. When we started, I did give an overview. I don't think I'm going to add at this moment, as far as that is concerned. So you found out that the Commissioner is not alone, as we may think, that he's got some people there. Now, from my side, the Deputy Minister from the Ministry, she will introduce her team. I don't know who they all here. From my side, I have my Chief of Staff, Mr. Peter Kilian. I have my personal assistant as well as media officer. It's Mrs. Yunai Wessels. Then I have my PLO, it's Vuyo Laku. And the assistant PA is the Pua Luhetu. So those are my team from my side. So the DM, if you can tell your people.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good afternoon, Chair and Portfolio Committee members, the National Commissioner, and the entire DCS. We are here with Mr. Tulan Fagotitse regular. I must officially inform the Portfolio Committee that the head of office has left the department, the ministry, in the Deputy Minister's office. Once that replacement has been concluded, it shall be forwarded to your good selves. Thank you very much.
I nearly said the DM is short of staff, so at least you were able to unpack it. Because this is the, I think, 2 consecutive portfolio committee meetings that we only see Mr. Fakude only from your team. So I think the National Commissioner has introduced those who we do not know, but the team still stands as ordinary team of members that brace our portfolio committee. Mrs. Molepo, acting capacity, how, when did it conclude as an NC?
Commissioner was out of the country, so I think it was on the 27th, end of May.
Did you take any drastic decision, deviation? It's important to use those powers very well. You must not just use it for concurrence. You must use them. Then when he comes back, you say, but you gave me the powers to. Mrs. Molepo, I'm advising you here. Next time he leaves those powers, exercise them.
Thank you.
The CFO did exercise them when we were in an oversight in KZN. Took drastic decisions there on behalf of the Office of the National Commissioner. So you must do likewise. We're going to back you up here in the Portfolio Committee. Thank you. We can then proceed to receiving the presentations, both budget and the APP. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I request that we turn over to the National Commissioner who will make the presentation. Thank you.
National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, and honorable members of the committee. We have Mr. Katenga, the CDC Strategic Management, and the CFO. They will take turns in making the presentation, starting with Mr. Katenga on the programs and the plan, and then the CFO on the budget. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Katenga, please break another record for us.
Good morning, Chairperson, and the members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, colleagues, and all those in the meeting. Chairperson, maybe just to preface the presentation by indicating that this submission is the department tabling the strategic plan for the period of the administration, which would be from 2025 to 2030. And then as part of that, it will be the annual performance plan, which would be the implementation of year 1 of the 5-year strategic plan. So if we look at the documents themselves, the strategic plan and annual performance plan are a total of 568 pages. We've tried to condense all of that information into a 114-page or slide presentation. So in the interest of time, if we look on the screen there, the content of the presentation is broken down into those 7 areas. Part A and Part B are the contextual framework in which the strategic plan was developed. Those are a total of 44 slides. So with the indulgence of the chairperson and the committee, I'll just provide a narrative just to refresh the memories. And then I'll dig into the detail around items 3 and 4, which is the performance measures that will be monitored. So in terms of Part A of the mandate, we just cover, obviously, the legislative issues that govern our operations. We also reflect on how we are contributing to the national plan, which is a medium-term development plan. the various performance indicators that contribute directly and indirectly to the 3 priorities of the medium-term development plan. And then we have also just indicated the policy initiatives that will be undertaken in terms of the revision of the Correctional Services Act and also inputs into the JICS bill. And then also we've reflected on various court rulings that have influenced how we have had to adapt our operations in the preceding 5 years. If we look at Part B, which basically is the strategic focus and also gives an environmental scan, which had to be considered by the department. In terms of the mission, vision, and values, the key issue there was that we are looking at delivering a sustainable corrections underpinned by the values of Ubuntu, security, integrity, and there are other values that we mentioned there. On slide 17 to 18, where we look at the external environment, we consider the issues in terms of external issues in the economy, the issues of the volatility in the economy and slow growth, which would obviously impact on employment and could have a potential to affect the population of the DCS. That, as we've said, indicated, reflects on issues of unemployment, but also if we look at the crimes, statistics and the crime trends, there's an increase in violent crimes and also an increase in economic crimes. We further take a look at the inmate population on slides 19 to 26. When we look at the trends of the inmate population from 2017-18 to 2024-25, we see an increase in both the sentenced population and the remand detainees. The regional distribution of those, we see them around the main centers of Gauteng, Western Cape, and KZN. I think importantly that we've lifted from that is 20% of the sentenced offender population are serving life sentences, and that murder is one of the, in fact, is indeed the highest of sentencing for those who are serving life sentences. We also just share the statistics on juveniles and children, mothers and babies, and how we are handling state patients and the increase thereof. In terms of community corrections, we have done an analysis of the caseload or the population within community corrections, and that shows that it's declining over the period. And the analysis on that would be that it's influenced by 2 issues: the increasingly long sentences and also the need for us to encourage the use of more alternative sentencing to increase the population within the community corrections environment. In terms of the performance environment, slides 28 to 36, where we look at the various areas of the value chain. In terms of our security environment, the trend analysis shows that there has been a decrease in security-related incidents, in assaults and natural deaths, and we do provide an indication in the reduction of escapes and assaults. In terms of the value chain of incarceration, our analysis there shows that, again, there's an increase in the sentenced and remand detainees. And then in terms of rehabilitation, we focus on the self-sustainability and the interventions that will be undertaken, as well as the skills development interventions. From the care of inmates, we're emphasizing the issue of managing non-communicable diseases, as well as providing primary health care in an incremental manner. And then for social reintegration, we just reflect on the social reintegration framework and the absconder guidelines that are going to be implemented increasingly, and also the implementation of the revocation tool. Underlying this is the organizational environment, where we note that in terms of HR and financial resources, we are constrained. We have an aging workforce where there's going to be retirements increasing over the period that we'll be implementing this strategy. We also see that if we look at the historical trends, the staff to offender ratio has shown that whilst our staff complement is decreasing, the offender population is increasing, which comes with its own stresses on the workforce. And therefore, the requirement for employee assistance has also been increasing over the period. But in terms of recruitment, employment equity is something that is going to be focused on, and the indicators will be dealt with in detail. And then we reflect on the IT environment with the Master Information Systems and Security Technology Plan, which will be implemented incrementally over the period, and then the state of our infrastructure. So, Chairperson and members, that in summary is that covers our mandate and our strategic focus. So if we go to slide 45, that's where we start going into the nuts and bolts of the performance measures that will be implemented over the strategic period and also in the APP. So if we're on slide 45, this plan that we're implementing is part of Vision 2068, which is the departmental 50-year plan that was conceived in 2018. So if we are looking at it, we are now implementing, or we are going into year 5 to 10 of this 50-year outlook, of which there are those 8 priorities. And the strategic intent looks at, firstly, having a professional and ideal correctional environment, appropriate facilities, and then value-added activities through production workshops and agriculture to enhance rehabilitation of offenders, improve social reintegration through partnerships, integrate technology to optimize service delivery, safe and humane incarceration, and then security integrated classification of facilities and inmates. So that is the 50-year outlook, and we'll be implementing as we proceed. If we go to slide 47, for the 5-year strategic plan, this is the depiction of our impact and outcomes. So the overall impact that we seek to achieve is to have safe communities where people participate fully and freely in social, cultural, and economic environments. And then there are 6 outcomes that support this, that have been articulated around the overall impact. So if we successfully implement the strategic plan, then we should have 6 outcomes that would be achieved over the period. If we go to the next slide, which is 48, that is just the theory of change, which indicates how we would incrementally get towards the impact. So if we look at the first column, that is all basically the critical success factors, that would indicate the blue line there, which would be all the activities and inputs, which, if those are implemented, would give us specific outputs or results, which should result in the various outcomes. And there are other assumptions underneath that would drive those areas of the value chain. As I go through each program, I will break that down so that we understand what are the implications per program. If we move to slide 49, for the various outcomes of the strategic plan, we have targets. So if we look at the first outcome, which is adequate, safe, humane custody in well-maintained facilities, our 2 indicators there is a percentage good condition rating of correctional facilities, where we are currently at a baseline of 4%, and we're looking at increasing that to 5%. And the current baseline is where we're saying that of the 243 facilities, we only have 10 that are rated as good. So with the maintenance program and the build program, we are looking at increasing that to 12. The next outcome indicator would be the percentage security breaches in the corrections environment, where we're looking at basically reducing these incidents. Our baseline is 2.42% of security breaches currently, and that we're looking at reducing to 2.17% over the period. On the next outcome, effective case management and administration of inmates. The first indicator, number of victims who participate in parole board meetings. We're looking at increasing that from a baseline of 1,730 to 3,334. And then the percentage of successful court outcomes for the containment of remand detainees, we're on a baseline of 9.6%, which we would want to increase to 14.6. If we go to slide 50, the following outcome indicator, increased access to needs-based offender rehabilitation programs. The number of offenders enrolled in education, we want that to increase from 42 to 46,000. And then in terms of social reintegration, we want to look at the percentage revocations of parolees and probationers reducing from a current baseline of 10.8% down to 5.8%. And with regards to a healthy incarcerated population, the percentage of inmates who have access to primary healthcare services, we would want to increase that, just to indicate there that the baseline was based on calculations that were duplicating the participation of offenders. So we have modified that calculation, and that's why you'll see that the 5-year target is at 90%, which would reflect how we are tracking the interventions on an inmate rather than the number of interventions or the number of times they would have the same intervention. And then the last outcome, which is a capable, professional, and ethical department, the number of automated processes, that is again the rollout of the MISSTP, which we are looking at having 5 processes automated. So that is at a strategic level over a 5-year period, the 6 outcomes that we're measuring. We've just also indicated that with the current administration, the executive authority has indicated that there are 8 priorities that the executive would want to see implemented over the period. So we've just highlighted the 8 priority areas, which are safe and secure remain incarceration, continuous improvement in service delivery, positive work environment, enhancing morale of citizens, instilling a sense of pride, unity, and positivity. If you go to the next slide, 53, self-sufficient, sustainable correctional facilities, sustainable interventions across the criminal justice system to reduce overcrowding, successful reintegration of offenders, and effective partnerships with stakeholders. And those are all underpinned by various indicators that are in the APP. We also have identified strategic risks that we need to monitor over the period, of which there are 13. I won't go through them individually. However, they do cover all of the areas of the corrections value chain. In terms of the service delivery improvement plan, slide 55, we have identified 2 key services in which we would want to see improvement, and that is the increase participation of youth offenders in skills development programs, where we have the targets indicated, and then an increased victim participation in correctional supervision and parole board meetings, which we have also indicated the trajectory. If I may go to the performance per program with the analysis of the KPIs on slide 61. Here we've just done an analysis of the performance indicators that are sitting in our annual performance plans from 2021 to 2025-26. And if we look at the trend, if we look at Program 1 administration, we'll see that across all of the areas of the value chain, we had more indicators for the 2020-21 period, which decreased to 2022-23. And mainly we increased the indicators because there are certain indicators that we introduced to measure our reaction or our containment of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as that phased out, we removed those indicators from the APP. So the trend of that decrease across all of the programs indicates those reductions as we have gone along. So if we go to Program 1, Administration, slide 63. Here we are outlining the activities, outputs, well, the activities that will lead to the outputs that should have the eventual outcome in the 5-year period. So the activities will be increased expenditure on designated groups, compliance with Public Procurement Act, fraud prevention, anti-corruption, ethics awareness, and they'll be listed below there with the desired outputs of having preferential procurement, ethical administration, professionalization of the department, and a modernized information technology and systems environment, which the eventual outcome over a 5-year period should be a capable, professional, and ethical department. In doing that, we have the performance indicators. And maybe, Chairperson, I'll focus on the areas where there are new performance indicators from the previous APPs. So if we look at slide 64, item 2.1.23, the Correctional Services Amendment Act, we have indicated in our policy development objectives that we are going to be reviewing the Correctional Services Act for various developments. So there is a period of from 2025 to 26 to 27 to 28 where we should have the Correctional Services Amendment Bill introduced in Parliament. That is to have a more conclusive and more inclusive revision of the Act in terms of the responsibilities that also relate to JICS and other developments in the corrections environment. On the next slide, 65, the change there would be on the increased youth employment. What we had in the current APP was the percentage of youth appointed within the department. So that percentage measures total youth across all the various areas of the corrections business, from Program 1 to Program 5. There's an additional item that has been brought in, which is the number of trained entry-level correctional officials appointed in the department. That is arising out of the learnership program, so those who have successfully completed and absorbed and become part of the entry-level servicemen within the department. On the same slide at the bottom there, in terms of professionalization of the department, the new indicator there is the integrated human resource strategy, which is going to be developed and approved within the 25-26 financial year. And once that has been approved, implementation will proceed from there. If I may move to Program 2, Incarceration, slide 73. That also just shows, again, the activities, outputs, and outcomes based on the various areas of the value chain of incarceration. So on the security side and the infrastructure, we're looking at implementation of security strategies and implementation of infrastructure master plan, which would give us the output of orderly, safe, and secured correctional facilities, adequate and cost-effective facilities, of which the outcome would be adequate, safe, humane custody in well-maintained facilities, and so forth below in terms of case management within the department. If we go to slide 74, just to indicate that in terms of all of the security incidents, in measuring orderly, safe, and secured correctional facilities, we are looking at having reductions in escapes, reductions in injuries from assaults, and also the unnatural deaths. If we go to slide 76, in terms of managing the remand detention population, where we have now lifted this to an annual performance plan indicator, just to show and for us to be able to track our interventions within the criminal justice system in terms of the section 63 applications and also the section 49G applications that would make to the courts. We'll be measuring the percentage of court referrals of remand detainees who qualify for bail, as well as the percentage of court referrals for remand detainees in terms of the length of detention review, of which the success rate would want to be 100%. If we move to program 3, which is rehabilitation, on slide 82, in terms of those who are completing correctional programs, the target has been set at 84%. If we go to slide 83, those who are going to be doing long occupational skills, short occupational skills, TVET programs, will be targeted at 90%. And it's once again, we'd need to note there that the targeting is based on, first of all, the eligibility of offenders to be enrolled in these programs, and also secondly, the skills, the specific skills that would be required to deliver the programs on the staff complement of the department and also in partnership with the various partners that we work with. So given those considerations, that is what gives rise to the targeting levels. In terms of improving self-sufficiency and sustainability, we have the percentage of offenders who are in agricultural activities. That is 72%. And then if we go to the following slide, 84, those in production workshops, it's 70%. And then also then we've got the general education and training, further education and training. The same principles also apply there on the levels of targeting. Still under program 3, we are looking at, we are now on slide 85, the grade 12 national school certificate. The target there is 78% in the current year with an increase to 79% in the outer years. For the sub-program, psychological, social, and spiritual services, for social work, we're looking at 78, increasing to 82. Spiritual care, 30, increasing to 34. And psychological care services from 24 to 26. If we go to program 4, we have not changed any of the indicators there, rather to just indicate on slide 91, in terms of the change of measurement, we are now looking at the percentage of inmates 18 years and older, newly diagnosed and initiated on treatment for hypertension. On slide 92, on the cost-effective nutritional services, the percentage of inmates on prescribed therapeutic diets. We've also indicated there that the target is 100%. Initially, or up until now, we had been saying that we were measuring that those therapeutic diets must not exceed more than 12% of the population. We're now indicating that that 100% is that anybody who is supposed to be on a specified therapeutic diet is indeed on one for the period that would be determined by the healthcare professionals. And finally, program 5, social reintegration. We are looking at, on slide 96, the change in how we are measuring the issue of compliance by probationers or parolees and probationers. The first indicator, percentage of parolees who have not been revoked, should be 97%, as well as probationers not revoked should be at 97%. So now we are measuring more compliance to the conditions of parole. And then on slide 97, we continue to measure those who are participating in restorative justice programs. So if we look at the victims, we're looking at 5,900, going up to 7,100. And then the number of offenders, parolees, being at 5.9, 5,900 going up to 7,100. That in terms of the victim participation, it is dependent on obviously the willingness of the victims to participate, but also our ability to trace the victims, which means that we would need to have the social auxiliary workers to assist us in the whole process of tracing and preparation. If we look at slide 98, sustainable employment opportunities, we're looking at economic opportunities for parolees and probationers. We're targeting 60 going to 72. And then victims benefiting from socio-economic support, and as well as probationers who participate in community initiatives. This again is highly dependent on the collaboration and the willingness to participate with NGOs and other social partners in the interventions that we would want in that environment. Chairperson and members, I think in terms of the performance indicators, those are the key areas that I wanted to flag. And I will hand over to the CFO maybe to take us from slide 101 onwards. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and also greetings to the Minister of Correctional Services, Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, National Commissioner, and also honorable members and colleagues that are present. I will start with slide number 101. The slide number 101, Chair, we just want to demonstrate in terms of the end date of the agreement between the PPP, which the Maun Correctional Center is officially ending on the 30th of June, 2026. And this is the current value agreement that is outstanding 10 billion. And then the second one is Kutamas in Tumule, which is ending on the 15th of February 2027. And also the outstanding agreement contract value is 10.5 billion. Moving to slide number 103. Slide number 103 is an E&E overview, which provide the department expenditure through the MTEF period, starting from 2024-25 financial year to 2027-28 financial year. And we're also projecting an increase of 5% within the MTEF period, moving from 24-25 financial year at 27.8 billion and to 32 billion in the outer years, which is 27-28 financial year. And over the MTEF period allocation, program incarceration constitutes 61% of the allocation of the MTEF budget, which is totaling 56.2 billion for the total departmental budget for the period of 3 years. And if you move to bullet number 4, where it's demonstrated that the largest spending area, which takes 70% of the departmental total vote allocation, is through compensation of employees in all the 5 programs. And then the departmental net increase from the period of 24-25 financial year to 25-26 financial year, we're projecting 1.6 billion based in terms of the allocation as per National Treasury. as it was correctly indicated by JICS that from the 1st of April, they've been on their own as the department. And from the 1st of April, we have transferred their first chunk of payment so that they can be able to focus on their own activities in terms of their goods and services budget, including their compensation of employee. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 104. The slide depicts the program, specifically in terms of the E&E allocation, as per economic classification, as approved by National Treasury. And if you look in terms of the MTEF expenditure estimate, which is currently the one that is linked to our APP, we've got an allocation of 21 billion, which is administration take 5.2 billion. Incarceration, as I've indicated in the previous slide, takes actually almost 61% of our budget, which is 17 billion. And we've got rehabilitation, 2.2 billion, and care, 2.5, social integration, 1.2. To the outer years, if you look in terms of 27-28 financial year, the total amount of the budget is 31 billion. But if also look in terms of, just to quickly go through administration, it's 5.7 billion. Incarceration now it has moved from 17 billion to 19 billion in 27-28 financial year. Rehabilitation from 2.2 billion to 2.4 billion, and care from 2.5 billion to 2.8 billion, and the social integration from 1.2 to 1.3 billion. If you look in terms of the second part of the similar table, that compensation of employee in 25-26 financial year constituted to 20 billion of the budget, and in terms of the outer years, it moves actually to 22 billion. As I've indicated in the previous slide, to say that it takes 70% of our budget, which goes actually to compensation of employees. Going to goods and services, 25-26, 7.5 billion, and outer years, 27-28, 8.2 billion, and transfer and subsidies, we're moving from 784 million to 858. And then payments of capital asset, which is one of our challenges, specifically in terms of the shortage of budget in that particular aspect. You realize that we start from 25-26 financial year at 386 million, and then to the outer years, which is 27-28 financial year, at 449 billion. Moving to the next slide, which is slide 107. Slide 107, Chair, Honorable Members, DM, Minister, DM, and National Commissioner. The table 2 is the budget allocation in terms of split pack program. But also just to re-emphasize in terms of the pie chart that is on slide 105, it demonstrates the 61% of the incarceration budget, which is 17 billion in terms of the 25-26 financial year, and the 18%, which is administration at 5.2 billion, and followed by care, which is 9%, and then followed by social integration, which is 4%, which is 1.2 billion. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 106. So the very same allocation of budget, the split now is at economic classification, where it further demonstrates the compensation of employee as taking 70% of our budget based on the narratives that is below. And then the goods and services is 7.5 billion, which takes 26% of the budget. And then you've got transfer and subsidies and social integration that shares actually 4%, between 3 and 1%. Just to move to slide number 107. Slide number 107 demonstrates the top 6 cost drivers that affect the budget of the Department of Correctional Services. If you see in terms of salaries and wages still at the top, then it's followed by inmate food, which is 952 million, and property payments 1.9. And then the triple P, as I've indicated in the first slide when I was starting my presentation, is your Mangaung and Kutamasintumule. And then you also come with your operating lease, which is 928 million. And then you go to your building and infrastructure, which are EMF funds, as 232 million. Moving to the next slide. So the next slide provide, which is slide number 108, provide the allocation per program in terms of the salary band. If you look in terms of the programs, 5 programs in terms of the salary band, or where does the 20 billion goes to? If you look in terms of administration, 3.3 billion goes to administration, and 13 billion goes to incarceration, rehabilitation 1.7 billion, and care 1.1 billion, social integration also at 1 billion. So that's how this 20 billion is aggregated into the 5 programs. But if you look in terms of the below salary band, now in terms of the levels of how the 20 billion is aggregated, that within the levels, salary band between level 1 to 6 is 8.5 billion, and then salary level 7 to 10 is 10 billion, and salary level 11 to 12, 796 million, 13 to 16, 360, and then other is 188 million. Then that's what constitutes the 20 billion in all those particular salary bands and categories. You go to the next slide, which is slide number 109. The slide provides the projection, specifically in terms of the details of the departmental receipt within the MTEF period. And the focus is mainly in terms of the MTEF period 25, 26, 26, 27, and 27, 28. To say that in totally, we've projected 232 million for 25-26 financial year, and a 26-27 financial 243, and then 27-28 financial year 254 million. But if you look in terms of the sale of goods and services, is the one that takes in terms of other than capital asset, that takes actually the chunk of our receipt, which moves from 164 million and 279 to the outer years, and it will be followed by the financial transaction and asset liabilities from 48 million to 52 million into the outer years. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 110. This is the infrastructure allocation that I've indicated that the department is really struggling in terms of funding in this particular space. If you look in terms of the MTEF period, 25-26 financial year, we're sitting with the existing infrastructure, allocation of 387 million, and then to the outer year of 27-28 financial year, 423 million. And then the rehabilitation, renovation, and refurbishment, we have 232 million, and then 253 for 25, 27, 28 financial year. And then maintenance and repairs, which is our challenge specifically in terms of based on our nature of our facilities, and also the maintenance and repair that we have actually 154 million, and then 26, 27, 161, and then 27, 28, 169. And just also to re-emphasize the point to say to Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commission, honorable members, but this particular amount is very, very little because of within a short space of time, then this particular expenditure has already been exhausted for the whole of the Department of Correctional Services to be able to deal with the maintenance and repair. And now if you tally the total infrastructure, then it goes to 387 million. And if you look in terms of the growth between 387 million to the two financial year, which is 26, 27, 27, 28, is very minimal. Is that particular 5% that I've indicated, which is also 423. But most of the time it doesn't take care of the harsh reality in terms of the maintenance costs that the department face each and every day. And even when you look in terms of the current infrastructure expenditure, which is 154, and to the outer years is 169. And then the earmarked fund, which we have an obligation to be able to ensure that from that particular 232 million, we use it actually for capital infrastructure. And then on 27, 28 financial year, we're sitting at 253 million. But be as it may, as I've indicated, even in the last engagement with the committee last week, to say that from that there are efforts that the National Commissioner and the Minister is putting through Department of National Treasury to raise these particular shortcomings, specifically in terms of our infrastructure budget allocation. Going to the next slide, which is slide number 111. The slide number 111 is just to indicate for the portfolio committee, I was requested that I must be very careful to use the word approve, to say to endorse the content and the strategic plan and the annual performance plan for the with the MTF budget. Thank you, Chair.
Katenga? You don't have a comeback?
Nothing additional from my side, Chairperson.
National Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister and Deputy Minister. I'm going to request us to go to slide 108. If we look at slide 108, it actually tells the story of the department, because the slide just opposes our expenditure on human resources to the programs that we are supposed to implement as the department. For instance, if you look at rehabilitation and care and check the percentages on the pie chart, the pie chart at the top, and you compare that with and social reintegration, and then you compare that with incarceration, which takes 65% of the HR budget, or you go down, check the salary bands, same 52% would be incarceration and the rest. Now, the issue here is that we spend more money on security. If we say we are a 70% HR-based organization, more of that money goes to security officials with those salary bands that we see, the 1 to 6, 7 to 10. And then we also spend more of that money on IT, that is security IT, your integrated security systems, and all other infrastructure and resources we need just to make sure that we reduce escapes, we reduce security incidents, unnatural deaths. Basically, we are a department that is forced to focus more on incarcerating. Because if we don't do that, we will just have riots and chaos in the correctional system. Ideally, we were supposed to be working on our feet, not working on our head, in the sense that we're supposed to be putting more money than into community corrections, rehabilitation, and care. But be that as it may, if we look at the performance of the department, we are still able to meet those targets. For instance, if I may pick on care, in as much as it is 5%, we're spending 5% of the budget, we don't have a break of diseases, illnesses, even the communicable and non-communicable diseases are still under control in that environment. Yes, of course, we work with the Department of Health where we can, but we do most of the work because our primary health care services in correctional services is at a particular standard that is able to contain, control, and make it a point that offenders are not unnecessarily exposed to health hazards. And we are winning at that level because we try by all means to make sure that we push that correctional services become as hygienic as possible. So the preventative measures is what we focus on instead of focusing on dealing with the problem when there's already a breakup. So even if there's a break of any disease in the country, the effect on correctional services is always less, and we're able to contain it as compared to the opposite. So I thought I must just emphasize on that slide because it tells our story in a summary but more emphatic manner from the application of resources in the human resource category. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, National Commissioner. DM.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon once more to the Minister, the NC, members of the portfolio. This is our plan as we presented here, our APPs, and it represents the true reflection. But I must indicate, Chair, that as Mr. Katenga was galloping, when you can go back to slide 38, you can see that in all provinces or our regions, we are affected by mandatory retirements, which really it's causing a problem within our workforce that we have, because when you compare them in terms of the ratio between the officials and the inmate, we are really affected because those percentages given there when they retire, it's really affecting us, and we've just started to recruit the new intake that is at the college, but also our succession in terms of leadership, we should up our game because those are affecting us. But also, as you check our environment within our facilities, the next slide, your 39, it tells you that you've got a lot of officials that sought psychosocial assistance. Some of them have accessed your mental health programs. It tells you that the environment that we operate in, it needs our EAP services to be there, both because in most cases we focus on the well-being of the inmates, but not of the officials that must be there in that working environment and providing that support and making sure that the percentages that the National Commissioner was talking about, to say that workforce, it's there, it's providing a service, and we must keep them healthy so that they can be more effective. So wanted just to bring that, but also we're not forgetting as a department, part of our plans, to work with other sectors in terms of your NGOs that are out there, and making sure that we work also with our sector departments in terms of skills provision, like your education and other departments at level of our cluster. I just wanted to bring that to the attention, but I am owning up to the presentation that we're presenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Firstly, I want to start by saying that I think it's a general question in terms of the fact that we spend 70% of our budget actually on salaries. And that is a problem. And last year we had a 3-day session with all top management to develop and compile the strategic plan. I've looked well into everything. I did say that we have to address the matter about 70%, although there are some challenges. Firstly, the salaries are determined by the Public Service Administration. But what is the positive from that is that if you look at the statistics, and I think it's on page 108 or something like that, you will see that 94% of the salary is for levels 1 to 10. If I think it's 108, but okay, but it's 94%. And for me, it is important that we must not become top-heavy when it comes to the employers, to the employees, because the real work, and I've used the example before in this committee, when I visited Westville, I said it is totally unacceptable that 4 wardens have to see to 640 inmates in one section. So the emphasis must be on our lower levels, but I think, as I said, the positive, you add the 52 of the 42%, it gives you 94%. So for me, that is an issue which is, well, besides the other priorities we have, to look into that matter. And of course, the budget is there. So I think I handle back to you, Honourable Chair, that's all I want to give at this stage in terms of the input. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, DM, National Commissioner, and the team. Katenga and the CFO for taking us through the APP and the budget for the 2025-2026 financial year. We do welcome the presentation. I will therefore invite members for questions, clarities to the presented report. Honorable Sokopo will start, Honorable Engel, you follow, Mrs. Ngaba, Mrs. Diale, Honorable Kluote, Honorable Niehaus, Babkasa, Honorable Plakis. In that sequence.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first welcome the report by DCS. I have 12 questions, Chair. One, I informed by the court's judgments, the department then had to take a route of reviewing the Correctional Service Act of 1998. Can the department probably assist the committee by sharing proposals that you have considered for legislative reviews? 2, I wanted to check, Chair, and the DM have just made mention of mandatory retirement. What is your youth representation in your MMS and your SMS? I'm raising this, Chair, because I'm avoiding a situation where positions are given to people that are on their exit just to cover their retirement bracket when they go on pension, that they go in a better scale. And whilst at the other hand, you are still going to raise an issue that there are people that retire mandatory, and you are not working on ensuring that you keep people for longer in the system. Last time we were here, Chair, we had a debate on the IT infrastructure, the rollout, and we identified it as a challenge. I see that you have reduced the budget on IT, and how are you going to be able to attend to your IT challenges that you have raised last week or the other week? Maybe the CFO might have touched on it, but I was not clear that JICS is alone now, but you have allocated money to JICS for incarceration program. Just explain that as well. You were presenting something here that talks about 9 projects, infrastructure projects that you have. But on what I have heard, you had only 4 infrastructure projects. Could it then be a change overnight, or is there anything that informs that? My last question, Chair. The core business of correctional service, part of it is rehabilitation. Now, I see that you have spent less on rehabilitation. And I think part of why is it a core business, it's also to work to deter or to reduce recidivism. So if you have 8% or less on your budget on rehabilitation, that is a core function of the department. What would have been informing that, Chair? Let me leave my 6 questions for later, Chair. The other 6. Thank you.
We appreciate you leaving 6 questions for other members. Thank you, Honorable Sokopo. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the department for the presentation. I have a few questions. Firstly, about budget prioritization and vacancies. Given that compensation of employees consumes 70% of the budget, which is 20.5 billion in 25-26 years, yet significant funded vacancies persist, exacerbated by covering cost of living increases internally. What specific time-bound strategy is in place to fill critical vacancies, particularly in rehabilitation, like psychologists, social workers, and correctional intervention officers, and security, without exceeding the compensation of employee ceiling, and what trade-offs have been made to achieve this? Secondly, remand detainee crisis and the criminal justice system coordination. With RDs constituting 36% of the inmate population, or 55,776 in the 23-24 years, and being a primary driver of overcrowding, what concrete measurable actions are being taken with the JCPS, or the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, especially the Judiciary, NPA and SAPS, to reduce the RD backlog? Specifically, how will you increase the successful court outcomes for containment with a baseline of 9.63% to meet the 14.63% target, and enhance the use of bail review of Section 63A and length of detention review Section 49G mechanisms? Then rehabilitation, reintegration, underfunding. Despite rehabilitation and social integration being core to reduce recidivism, they give only 12% of the total budget for programs 3 and 5 combined. Given rehabilitation consistently exceeding targets, for example, the 101% completion of correctional programs in 23-24 period, despite resource constraints, how will you justify and secure increased budgetary allocation in future MTF cycles, and what interim steps are planned to scale these successful programs within the current limited budget? And I must reiterate, we cannot budget for containment and hope for rehabilitation. The infrastructure delivery contradiction and overcrowding mitigation, as Honourable Sokopo also said, there's a discrepancy between the APB target for infrastructure projects and the E&E funded projects, which state that there's 9. What is the actual achievable target, with 58% of facilities rated fair to poor and needing 50,000 beds to eliminate a 56% overcrowding. What specific interim measures, for example, modular units, non-custodial alternatives, are being implemented immediately to improve conditions while awaiting new facilities, and how is DPWI performance being monitored to prevent delays? Then the inmate official ratio and security. The APP shows shockingly inadequate inmate to official ratios, worsened by staff attrition and vacancy freezes. What are the current specific ratios in high-risk, high-density facilities like Paulsmoor? How do these compare to international standards? What urgent steps beyond the planned 950 entry-level CO appointments are being taken to ensure minimum safety and security standards are met, especially given the links between overcrowding, idleness, and assaults and deaths? Then to budget performance and reallocations. Historical patterns show overspending in some areas and potential underspending or underperformance in others. What specific mechanisms are in place in the 25-26 budget for in-year reallocation to address these pressures and ensure priority programs like rehabilitation and reintegration are no further compromised? How is the prioritization framework applied? And then the ministry increased justification. The E&E shows a significant increase of 72% or 17.5 million rand for the ministry sub-program under administration for the 25-26 financial year. What specific measurable outputs or expanded mandates justify this increase compared to core service delivery programs facing constraints? Then self-sufficiency and sustainability programs. The SSS program is identified as key for rehabilitation and cost offset, but is hampered by budget cuts and inability to fill required posts. What concrete plans exist to overcome these hurdles in the 25-26 financial year? Specifically, how will you achieve the targets for offender participation in agriculture stated at 72% and production workshop stated at 70%, and market products to increase revenue, which is indicated in the E&E as 232.7 million rand. Staff well-being and attrition. With high attrition, especially looming retirements, budget constraints impacting recruitment, and reports of significant staff accessing mental health services, which I think was 7,321 in the 23-24 year. What tangible steps are included in the EHW strategy and HR plan for 25-26 to improve staff morale, well-being, and retention in this high-stress environment? And then lastly, technology and security and efficiency. While the APP plans ICT upgrades, for example, 25 sites with smart tech integrated inmate management system rollout, security breaches remain a concern with baseline of 2.42%. How will these technologies specifically address critical security gaps, for example, cell phone smuggling and escape prevention, and operational inefficiencies in 25-26? What is the plan to ensure their timely implementation and integration? Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht. We hope you have left some for members. Mrs. Ngaba?
Chairperson, I have a lot of questions, so I can follow Sokopo and do half of them, but do we have a promise that there's a round two? Okay, let's go, all in one. So can we please start on slide 49? You've got, the baseline is 4% good rating. Your 5-year target, not 1 year, 5-year target is 1%. You want to get to 5% good rating. I heard that calculation being 2 centers from 10 to 12. Are you guys really going to be proud at the end of 5 years to have only 2 centers moved into the good? And also, to be clear, yeah, if you go at that pace, 2 centers over 5 years, when are we going to get to all the centers? Is this really the plan? And then I want to go to the indicator on the same page, security breaches. You want to reduce them from 2,42 to 2,17. That is a marginal, it's barely even an increase. And I'm going to suggest that part of it is because you don't have perimeter fencing in your infrastructure plans. So is that acceptable? That's all you're aiming for over 5 years. Again, it's insane to me. And then I want to understand on the court referrals, why is the 14,63 successful court outcomes, why is it even your indicator? So I understand why 100% of referrals is an indicator, but you don't control the outcome, so it's not clear to me why you would have that as your indicator. Okay, so let's move to slide 50. Revocation of parole. You want to reduce that to 5,8. Now, my question again is this not a bad incentive? If you've got people who are conscious that revocations count against you, aren't they going to end up letting some things slide in order to meet targets? Should it be a target, is my question. What is the purpose of that target? Let's go to slide 53. Participation in agricultural activities and workshop production is one of your executive priorities. Now, you've framed it as percentage of participation. Can I just ask, why would that be the priority and not volume of production? Are we focused on just churning people through these programs or actually increasing productivity? Why is it framed like that? And so now I'm going to move to the APP. There's one on program 1. You can go to slide 64. The percentage of investigations finalized for reported allegations is 80% for the next 3 years. Now in 2021, it was 99%. Why aren't you aiming to go there? Why are you content? And again, you had a drop in 22, started steadily going up 23, 24. Why aren't you steadily going up? Why is it stuck at 80 for the next 3 years? Then let's move to slide 74. This is now program 2. So again, percentage of inmates who escaped. Can you see how low that was in 2021, 2022, 2023? Why would your target now, you are aiming to do less well than you did in the previous years? Or am I reading this wrong? It's not a normal indicator. I also want to ask the percentage of inmates injured as a result of reported assaults. Your current target is double what you achieved in, well, just less than double. Again, 2021, 2022, 2023. Are you planning for an increase? I just want to understand it from your perspective. What is that indicator about? Let's go to 75. Can you see, and I'm coming back to this issue of perimeter fencing. So there's no perimeter fence in your 2025 projects, none in 2026, and 1 in 2027. Now, I'm going to quote to you. In the APP, in the National Commissioner's statement, you say, the department is resolutely dedicated to the ongoing fight against contraband within correctional facilities. The inadequacy of your perimeter fencing is part of the reason that is contributing to contraband. Can you see how your stated dedication and your commitments are not reflected in the things that you are prioritizing? Let's go to 76. Percentage of remand detainees subjected to continuous risk assessment. Can I get an understanding of why that would be 90%? Why is it acceptable to have 10% of your RDs not having risk assessments? It's weird. Let's go to 77. So you've got percentage of offender profiles approved for placement by the parole boards as an indicator. I don't understand why it's an indicator again. If your parole boards know that they have to approve a certain number of people in order to meet a target, aren't they incentivized to maybe let people through who shouldn't actually be on parole? Maybe they're not safe to be on parole. Surely the better indicator is, did we get everybody who's supposed to be in front of the parole board? We sent all of their files, but the outcome should not be determined by targets. I just want to get your thoughts on that, please. We can move to program 3 on slide 82. So the percentage of sentenced offenders with correctional sentence plans, that used to be 90, 95, 101. Now your target for the next 3 years is 84. Why the reduction? Let's go to 83. Percentage of offenders in long skill programs. That 90% is 90% of what? Is it 90% of your sentenced population, of your total population? Is there a subset of sentenced people who are eligible? I'm not sure what that means. Also, same thing. 2021, 22, 23, you had 99%. Why is the target suddenly 90%? Also, with agriculture, same question applies, 70% of what? Then let's go to 84. All the totals that you have there, so for example, percentage of offenders who participate in production workshops. Under 2023, you've got 1,827 out of 1,836. What is that 1,836? Who is eligible? I don't think these things are fleshed out. The same question goes for the 354 in the next indicator and the 843 in the next indicator. Can you just clarify me on that? And then I think I have a similar, my question on the matrics. So you've got a matric pass rate. However, when I look at the totals, you only have 187 people in 23-24 who did matric. You used to have 192, 231. Do you have any indicator on how many people you want to get through matric? Isn't that a better focus area for you? Let me go past that one. We can leave that. Okay, let's go to slide 88. Psychological services. Now, 24%, percentage of inmates who received psychological services is 24%. You have a population of people who clearly have antisocial behavior. They are maladjusted in some way. Why are you only looking to get 24% of them psychological services? And again, the question would be 24% of what, your total population, or just the ones who are ready for parole? Because that seems very, very low. Let's go to slide 92. So can I get an explanation? The percentage of inmates who are prescribed therapeutic diets. You will see that this is very low. It's 6% in 21, 5% in 22 and 23. Now, your indicator for 25 is 100%. What are you saying? You want 100% of all inmates to be on therapeutic diets. Can somebody please explain to me what that indicator means? Let's go to 96. So for both of these, percentage of parolees who have not been revoked and percentage of probationers who have not been revoked, your target is 97% this year and the next 2 years. But your previous performance has been 99%. Why are you lowering the standard? Let's go to 97. 2023, you had 14,000 victims participating in restorative justice. Then in 2024, it was only 5,000. So, I mean, it's been as high as 18,000. Then suddenly, abruptly, in 2024, it's 5,300. Your target for this year is 5,900. Number one, what caused that decline? And number two, in your next 3 years, why aren't you aiming to get that up to where it was? Your targets are extremely low compared to what they were. And this is my last one, slide 98. Again, economic opportunities facilitated for parolees and probationers. You had almost 600 in 21, 800, almost 922, 623. Now suddenly last year you had 54 and your target for this year is 60. What happened and why aren't you working to get back to the prior levels?
Thank you, Mrs. Ngaba. Mrs. Diale.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just check on the social integration on that program. There's a 1.9 million rand that is outsourced, or yeah, that's a result of outsourcing. Can we just find out or from the department, what services specifically were outsourced for that? Because we see it's 1.9 million rand in the past financial year and the current financial year as well. So is it a specific outsourcing to a particular company, or what is the situation there? And the department must also explain whether such services, the department did not have the capacity or does not have the capacity to provide. And also, I know it's not a lot of money, it's only 1.9 million, but every cent counts. So the cost effectiveness thereof, what impact would the insourcing have if that particular service was insourced? That's the first one. And then the budget, I see also on the social integration, I see the budget on social services has been reduced from 97 million to 84 million. How is the department juggling around ensuring that all services are provided despite the reduction of the budget? And in actual fact, why was the budget in that particular program reduced? And then in respect of performance vis-a-vis the budget spending, there's a problem of alignment of spending. There's a situation where 100% of budget was spent, but only 6 out of 11 targets were met. Now, can the department explain to us what strategies are you devising to ensure that the budget spending is aligned to the performance by the department in each particular program? Thank you so much.
Honorable Kloete.
Dank u, achtbare voorzitter. Eerstens laat me toe om die presentatie te verwelkom wat voorgehou was. Die leden van het parlement wat al reeds voor mij gepraat het mij gedekt op zekere vragen wat ik wou gevraagd. Maar laat ik met die vraag vragen wat nog daarover is. Honorable Chairperson on Administration. The performance target for youth employed in the department has increased from 20% to 30%. What is the recruitment plan? Which areas is the department considering to strengthen its labor force? What increase intake? Considering that the Department of Correctional Service is a single department, it has a decreased scope because JICS has become independent entity. What informs the 72% increase in the ministry budget expenditure? on incarceration. Honorable Chikopa was covering me there, but I also wanted to know what informs the decrease in the targeted number of infrastructure projects from 15 to 4. My last question, the Progressive Chair, what is the current status of the outstanding appointments for the Correctional Supervision Boards? First, the backlog of the offenders who's referred to these boards. What backlog? What is the plan to attend the backlog while not unjustifiable prolonging the waiting periods of these offenders whose profiles have been recently approved? That's my vraag aan die committee, dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Kloete. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to change the focus a little bit and go into a more general assessment of what had been presented to us here. I think my colleagues had gone into some of the minute detail and asked some very pointed questions in that regard. But I want to come to a remark that had been made by those who presented, also the Commissioner. And it was about whether we are winning or we are just managing. And this is for me the critical question that comes out of this presentation on your strategic plan and on the budget. And it takes me to slide 54, which deals with strategic risks. And you've listed 13 points there, and I'm not going to read out all of them. But you deal, amongst others, about the inadequate information communication technology issues that you are faced with, the inadequate systems for successful reintegration of offenders, and we all know that that is a serious problem because of the big reoffending problem that you are faced with. Amongst those particular points that you make, there's point 6, which deals with budget overspending and misalignment. And then it goes down to, finally, inadequate strategies to prevent and detect irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Now, I want to align this slide with the slides where you dealt specifically with the issues of what needs to be done, about the outputs. You do so on slide 63, 73, 81, and 95. Those slides deal with issues of incarceration, of rehabilitation, and of social integration. My concern on all of these issues, Chairs, that what you say needs to be done, compared to the strategic risks that you have identified, does not tally up. And it brings me back to the comment that I highlighted at the beginning of this input from mine. You are not winning. You are simply managing. And my concern in the particular approach that I see here and the way in which the budget is handled is that we are heading for a meltdown. That the managing is going to end up in collapsing. And the budget doesn't provide you, first of all, with the opportunity to turn that around, but nor do I think your own strategies on how to address these problems help you to prevent that disaster. And slide 107 is a slide which is of huge concern to me because it highlights this lack of proper strategy. Because you deal with salaries and wages and other cost indicators the cost drivers that are being given on slide 107 show me a massive over expenditure in terms of cost of employment. But yet, we are faced with a situation where we talk about a staff shortage. We are faced with the very real reality that often are referred to by you as correctional services when you present to us about the fact that you've got too few staff to deal with the huge numbers of prisoners who are incarcerated. But yet we have this massive cost of employment. And I think it's because there is a top-heavy structure. I don't think it's because the rank and file members of the Department of Correctional Services and their performance in the department. And I need a breakdown which gives me clearer indication of what part of this cost driver of employment goes to top-ranking officials, and what part is going to the ordinary rank and service wardens who are doing the job and who are faced with the crisis of the shortages of staff to deal with the large prison population. But Chair, these strategic risks as they are set out in slide 54 are a red light for us. And the other slides that I've highlighted in terms of the outputs that the department say it wants to achieve does not address these risks. I raised earlier in a previous portfolio committee my concern about the reporting that we receive from the department. We get indicators 100% of our objectives met, a large percentage of our objections met. And of course, it's difficult sometimes for us as members of the portfolio committee to challenge those particular presentations because you have the information and you calculate those particular indicators where you say you've met these high levels of achievement. But the reality of what we see in our prisons when we go on oversight visits confront us with another reality. So the presentations in terms of how well is being done do not meet the observation from our side when we do our oversight work. So I would have loved a presentation today here that have shown me a much better indication how you are going to address the strategic risks that you have identified on slide 54, and how you intend to allocate the very limited budget, because you are dealing here with an overall austerity budget that has been given by the Minister of Finance, and that austerity budget has cascaded also into the budget that you have received as correctional services. But I don't see that strategy. And I don't see how the outputs are addressing the risk and is going to steer us away from what I fear, if we are not careful, is a further collapse of the Department of Correctional Services and a further lack of delivery of services and more problems in terms of the overall general treatment of prisoners and all that will eventually cascade out of that. So I wanted to make that general statement rather than to go into the nitty-gritty, because I think my colleagues have done very well in addressing those nitty-gritty issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Niehaus. Babkasa.
Thank you, Chair. I see budget mismanagement. When compensation consumes 70% of the budget, yet staff shortages persist. Meanwhile, ICT systems remain outdated. And 232 million wasted on operating leases. So why is the department spending 928 million on accommodation leases instead of building facilities? Second question, how many smart technologies, site are functional? Maybe if I could get clarity on that. And explain the 1.5 billion budget increase when service delivery is declining. Coming to overcrowding crisis, why is the department setting a target to maintain overcrowding at 50% instead of eliminating it? And how does the department justify allocating only 1% of the budget to infrastructure while needing 100 new facilities to resolve overcrowding? Thank you.
Abukasa, Honorable Plakis.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will not be long. I think most of my colleagues have covered some of the questions that I had myself, and maybe I hope we'll get an answer on it. I also want to get to the issue of the outdated IT system as actually. My mind, Chair, is to begin to ask what is the plan for the IT rollout, except for being in the budget, but how do you foresee rolling it out in the next budget cycle? So that is one of the things that I think is not covered. And the other one, Chair, is that there's an issue of projected bed spaces. Mine will be, if you project bed spaces, do the department itself have an idea on how much do they need? Because it's to project bed spaces, what is your need, Minister? What bed space do you need? So that you plan for that and see on the projected assumption, you maybe see how you cover it in the time moving forward. I know you cannot say that we will get 40 more, 400 more prisoners, but at least for now, what do you need now? How many beds do you need for the prisoners already in your facilities for now, and then deal with the projection at the later stage? So that is just my question.
Thank you so much, Honorable Plakis. I will not add to the moria of questions that the team has raised. Today, the Portfolio Committee came ready and well prepared. I'm quite happy. I'm sitting here smiling when they're asking questions, going through a list. And the reason I did not step anyone, I just realized I should have actually allocated each member times so that they can be able to exhaust issues. Because it's important that this APP and budget, when it gets to be approved, CFO, based on your last slide, members would have extensively expressed their recommendations and clarities where they seek. But unfortunately now we would need to adjourn for lunch. We are already late to the dining hall. The kitchen closes at 2, so we are left with around about 17 minutes before the kitchen can close. I was sitting here whilst praying, please don't take 10 minutes so that we're able to cover time. So Minister, DM and the National Commissioner through your team, you will respond to questions and clarities immediately after lunch. Can I also request we kindly return back to the venue at 2:30 so that then we can proceed to receiving the clarities and responses from the department and proceed with the meeting. So the meeting will therefore, for now, stand adjourned. The lunch, it's just here, the restaurant here. It's a sit down. Thank you.
Members in
Members, we can then proceed. Colleagues. I'm waiting for the DM and the National Commissioner to finish how they're going to respond to questions. It's important that caucus, so that we don't leave any question unanswered. I think everyone is here. We only have 2 apologies from Honorable Sokopo, who has left, is rushing for a flight. There is a bereavement at Honorable Sokopo's family. He has lost a mother, a twin sister to her mother. So it's essence her mother, because of it's a twin sister. So he's rushing home. Actually, we're quite shocked that he came for the portfolio committee. We thought he would be on family bereavement up until the funeral has concluded. But he did join, and that's why he would have left early. We have also Honorable Plakis, who had requested to leave the portfolio committee at 3, but it seems he has left earlier than that. So those are the 2 apologies we have received, and hence there is a reduction of honorable members. Mrs. Dialish is still here? Yes. Out. Okay. So yeah, it's only the 2, then everyone is still here. So, Minister, I will hand over to you and the team to then be able to respond to all questions and clarities that were raised by members.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Firstly, our sincere condolences with the Honourable Member on his losses. We think about him. I'm going to respond actually on 2 matters, and then I will ask the Commissioner to more in detail to the detailed questions. I want to refer to the one question from the Honourable Engelbrecht in terms of the ministry increase. I think it was 72% in our budget. Now, there are 2 matters in terms of that. Firstly, we must remember that previously there was not a minister and a deputy minister. It was only budgeted for a deputy minister. So that's why there's an increase, because it's now the minister and the deputy minister. But I said that, Honourable Chair, I want to say that from my side, I want to say probeer, I try. Afrikaans and English, you'll understand. I try to save costs, specifically when it comes to the ministry. You will note, for instance, that provision is made that I think I can appoint something like 15 employees in my department. We're far from that. In fact, I combined certain positions, like my personal assistant, I combined with my communication part, so combined it in one. I did not, up till today, appointed 2 advisors. You can appoint 2 advisors. And it provides for quite a high salary of around about 2 million rand each annually, which I did not appoint it. Furthermore, I want to say that you know that we went to New York to the United Nations. Previously, we went to Vienna, also for United Nations. I have a standard, and the officials and everybody knows it, that if we book in hotels, we take standard rooms, not executive rooms. Standard rooms, and it must always be to see that we are close to the venue of the occasion, which happened. In fact, it was walking distance in both cases, so we don't have to hire a chauffeur or any further transport. So we try to save our costs. When it comes to air tickets, we are behind. You have to go through specific agencies who make those arrangements. So what I can say from my side, from the ministry side, I want to save cost. The other issue is, it was our Honourable Niehaus. He referred actually to two matters. Firstly, the risks. I think it was slide 54. And he mentioned, and he used the word red flags. I want to say, Honourable Chair, I absolutely agree with the Honourable Member. Those are the red flags. Because we have our strategic plan, but we made a risk analysis. And I want to say those risks, if you go and look at them, are actually all linked to the budget. Because that's our problem. And I'm actually very glad that the Honourable Member raised this matter, because that is what we say to the Portfolio Committee. This is what we want to obtain. This is our strategy. But these are the red flags, and we need assistance to increase our budget. Not only what has been given to us now, but because if we don't get enough money, these risks are becoming more a reality. And I think that is part of the whole picture to say we are starting to pay the price of underfunding. The fact that the budget has been cut with 11.7 billion over 5 years. So you get at one stage, but you can only do so much. And I must stress it to the Portfolio Committee. We are there now. We're trying to save costs. I said from the ministry side, again, and I think it's linked with some other question on self-sufficiency. Why we focus in a certain sense on that? That is to save costs, so that we can produce our own food, for instance, care, under the care, that we have to see it. And I take an example again. The Commissioner, it was by the end of last year, I can remember, or so, he amended the dietary program, still complying to legislative requirements, and by that he saved about 407 million rand. I've mentioned it, I think, last week as well. You will see there is an overspending. We dealt with quarter 2 and 3. You would have noticed that the deficit, or can I say, the overspending was around about 1.4 billion rand. I think the last quarter, when we come back, my information at this moment is that we will be around 700 million. So that's the efforts we are doing from the department side to see how we can cope with this, can I say, critical financial, and I see it as a crisis. And I think it's in all departments or other departments, what I hear and what I read in newspapers, that the fiscus, we are in trouble, and we will have to see how we manage within that, can I say, rules, complying to legislation, because legislation requires certain minimum standards that we have to comply to. And it is becoming quite an act to ensure that you can shift the money around in such a way that you can still try to comply to legislation, but you don't necessarily have the financial sources. So from that, it's from my side, Honourable Chair, I think there was a question on what bed space do we need? Well, the bed space we need is that at the moment we have about 100, and I've used round figures, 108,000 beds in our facilities, but we have an inmate population of just over 161,000. So if you subtract those two, we need 53,000 beds. That's what we need. I can't remember the country's name, but it was said at the United Nations that they have more than 100% overcrowding. Can't remember, Commissioner, which one is, which country was it? And, well, we're around about 56%. I don't use it as an excuse. In fact, I then felt a bit better, because we're not 100% overcrowded at the moment. But if we don't take bold action, we're going to end there as well. And we all know there are ways, and that has been dealt with. I'm not going to repeat that. The other fact of the matter is that we need more facilities. But you and I know, even if we start tomorrow, building a new facility, it's not a quick fix just within a year or so. It will take a couple of years. So at least we start, and I think, and I'm coming back to the risks identified. The good of the identifying of the risk now is that we can say to ourselves and to the committee, these are the red flags. We must assist each other to see how we're going to deal with that, to prevent them to become a reality. So that's from my side, Honourable Chair. And with your permission, I can then hand over to the Commissioner to answer more specific questions, but it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Minister. DM?
No, thank you very much, Chair. And let's appreciate the preparedness of the Portfolio Committee. Really, yeah, it shows that we're 1 year, all of us in office, and it shows the level of maturity, how things were raised with us. I was like, yeah, today we are in trouble when they submitted those love letters this side. But let's appreciate the Chair and the inputs and the questions. In terms of the mandatory retirements and vis-a-vis your youth in the SMS, senior management bracket, remember all those that are retiring now, they entered the system in the early 80s, at their early 20s. And as you move within the ranks, there are processes, courses that are offered for you to climb the ladder and to be appointed in senior management, to say when you have served for 5 years here, you can then move to 10 years, and then you can move that path. It is there, and maybe the NC will give those specific, but I know that the department has been appointing. Even now, our CFO is part of the young people that we've appointed. Is not that old, is not towards pension. We're making sure that some of those that are in senior management are young people, and also at the level of HR, and also RC, Western Cape, is not that also that we're not appointing people in 2 to 3 years now are off to pension, because we must give that leadership time and space also to lead. Then in terms of the issues of core business budget being reduced at the rehabilitation, vis-a-vis being allocated more on incarceration. While we deal with them at an incarceration, there are other programs, but also reduce at the rehabilitation. We cannot have a center that is not secured, because it needs a buddy-buddy system. You need those men and women in boots to make sure that those that are there are guarded properly. That is why you've got your 52% and 42% in various categories who are at that level. I want to couple that response, Chair, with the response that the NC has tried to deal with it, that our salary bill, it's not focusing at the top management, but you've got 52%, 42%, which is your salary band 1 to 6 at 8.5 million, and you've got 7 to 10 level at 10.5. When you add those, it's almost 19 million. Those are your real soldiers at the forefront in making sure that our work happens. So when you check the senior management, their salary bill, I can just take the level 13 to 16 is 360. So it shows you that we're focusing more boots on the ground other than at senior management level. Then on the issues of the court referral, your section 49G, why being our KPI when we don't have control over? There are systems that have been put in place. Yes, I understand the angle Honorable Ngaba is coming from, because you submit, there's decline, you submit, there's no approval, and it will make us look bad because we're not going to achieve. But the minister also has taken that matter up. Also at the JCPS cluster, we've taken that up. Hence, the minister also approached me about the meeting with the portfolio to say, we are trying very hard that that committee must work and report back so that we deal with these things of those RDs and the matter to be processed in court so that there's reduction there. But I understand the angle you are coming from. Then in terms of the issues of setting targets on overcrowding, our wish is that if those RDs can be granted bail, you are not overcrowded in our facility. The last presentation that we submitted, it has shown that we are pressured by the RDs. Then on other matters that are raised in terms of slide 81, in terms of also the matrics, we've got a lot of students who are working towards matric, who are still at the lower level, and hence that target we've set for ourselves. But there's more interest now on students, so they're trying to push so that as they pass, they move to the next level, because you must meet certain levels in terms of basic education to say you are ready now to write your matric papers. I think, Chair, I will end there because other matters have been dealt with previously. The NC and the team will deal with those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister. Maybe let me start with the matter that the DM was dealing with of the referrals to court that we have made our target or indicator, and it's not in our control. We're basically implementing the Correctional Services Act. Section 49G is a section provided for in the Correctional Services Act. It enjoins the head of center to make a submission for the review 3 months before the 2 years period that is stated in the Act on the side of remand detainees. So that indicator is crafted in that context. We have to make it a point that our heads of centers implement the Correctional Services Act, or as the department, we fulfill our mandate. Honorable Chairperson, I just wanted to also talk to the issue of the budget vis-a-vis our mandate and how we are prioritizing. The strategic plan in the APP outlines what we have set for ourselves to do. We have assessed and as a department, we then said, how do we position ourselves better to be able to achieve these indicators or implement the plans that we have set for ourselves? And we have identified that there are 5 key programs that if we, on a line item basis, make sure that there are resources allocated to those strategically, we will then be able to have a strong basis for us to be able to implement our programs. And those are as follows: it's security, self-sufficiency and sustainability framework, human resources, IT, and facilities. So with all these indicators that we've set for ourselves, we said as the department, given the budget outlay and the austerity measures, if we are to ensure that in the coming 3 years, we address the challenges in these areas, that would give us a basis on which we can then be able to improve in other areas. For instance, if I may pick on HR. On HR, we then said, what are the key strategic positions that we need to fill? And one of those that we identified is artisans. Now, artisans address the problems we have in facilities. One of those that we identified is your agricultural scientists or agricultural technicians. Now, that addresses your problems in SSF. So, on security, for instance, we said we need to continue rolling out the integrated security system. Now, that addresses your problems with regards to the fact that we don't have fences in all our facilities. That's why, after doing a cost-benefit analysis on fences, we then said, but what can be a cost-effective manner and what would be a smart way of dealing with the issue of fences? And that's why we have run tests on drones now that are linked to our control rooms in the ISS to say, if you have a drone, you basically have a virtual wall. Because once a person crosses a particular, restricted area, your control room tells you, and you can be able to respond. So this considerations of the 5 priorities of priorities. For us, what we then said is that we need to rework the budget allocations and make sure that to the required level, these are funded. Because, for instance, if we address the issue of IT that members have raised through and through, it answers to all other challenges that we're facing. If our centers are more connected, if we've laid the infrastructure in terms of the mesh network and the infrastructure that ensures that there's connectivity, you do not necessarily need to have a car moving from Umtata to Lusikisiki to take a document. So you are going to then be able to benefit from reduction of costs, logistical costs, because now these centers that are in far-flung areas will be connected. We have strategically identified that the recruitment process that we've been following of recruiting 1,023 after every 3 years is not going to help. That's why we said in the MTF period we want to recruit. I think for 5 years it's 12,000, for 3 years it's 9,000. Because then what it means is that we are now spending more of the money, making it a point that we have the learners, the young ones coming in, going through college, and even in the recruitment itself, we have categorized it. Matriculants, those that have agricultural science qualifications, those that have IT, so that even when we deploy them into the system as security officials, but they can then progress into the different career paths that are there in the department. These are the things that we, over time, and I'm talking to the context of the strategic plan, will give us results as we go. They will not necessarily deal with the current pain, but what they will do, they will put a department in a better position to address the issues that Honorable Carl Niehaus raised of the risks that we've identified. We have developed a risk management strategy. The department used to have one external member of the risk management committee. Now we have introduced an appointment of 3 more additional risk management committee members, meaning that every region, 2 regions have at least 1 external member. Because what we wanted to do is to take the risk management, the implementation of the risk management strategy to a lower detail level. Instead of addressing it at a macro level, we want to now address it at a micro level and provide more time to deal with the risks that we have identified. So the risks that we've identified, 13 of them have mitigating plans that we have put in place that are encapsulated in the risk management strategy. The issue of the 70% and spending more on human resources, the minister was able to deal with it, but safe to say that we are a human resource intensive or a people intensive organization. For us to be able to fulfill our mandate, we need more boots on the ground. And as compared to other departments in the JCPS cluster, we are trying to really motivate that, from a cabinet perspective, that should be seen as an imperative that needs to be addressed. There are issues that were raised by Honorable Sokopo on the issue of the review of the Correctional Services Act, and also our input, if I may say, into the review of legislation, basically in the JCPS cluster or the criminal justice space. There is a document that we have prepared in the department that is a base document to contribute to that. We can provide it to the portfolio committee through the minister's office. The issue of youth representation in MMS and SMS, the deputy minister dealt with it. That's the focus. But we are also making it a point that there's a fine balance. There are officials who have been working for this department for more than 30 years. They've been stuck at the same level. Their experience, dedication, and their record has no single disciplinary hearing or any single contravention of policy or legislation. We are also making it a point that we have a fine balance between bringing in young people and giving them more responsibilities, but also at the same time recognize the experience that we have in the system. And our view is that a cross-pollination between the two will sustain the system moving forward, especially because we are a specialized security department. I think the DM dealt with the issue of 2 years and 1 year before retirement. So we're really trying to ensure that discipline is not eroded over time. Because when we moved from security to correctional services, that's the knock that we suffered, and we're trying to correct that. And for us to be able to correct that, we still need those that have been in the system for years to say, on the discipline side, this is what should be happening. For instance, just to give an example, if you go to a college, whether it's SANDF, is SAPS, or is correctional services, there should not be a learner who walks around for any of the errands that they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be running. And that's part of the discipline, the agency, and also maintaining fitness. But when you get back now into these young people being deployed in the correctional facilities after the training, you find them sitting down. So that mix between the old members and the new members, for us, helps us to hold them by hand and make it a point that they remain the ideal correctional services officials. The issues of IT, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, I will leave to the CDC IT, because we've been answering without a CDC IT, I think, for more than 2-3 years. I'm sure now he's more than 2 years in the position, so he should be able to take members through as he did last week on what are the new ways of looking into how we break the problems with regards to, we address the problems with regards to IT. I fully agree with the fact that we should not be spending these amounts that we are spending on leases, especially when it comes to community corrections offices. That's why this year, if we check the capital projects, we are now breaking ground on a project that we presented to the portfolio committee, if I remember very well, in 2022-23 in Mpumalanga, where we're building our own office for community corrections. And we're building it with our own resources, meaning offenders. We just buy material and we build. So it will be the first time we have an office that we build on community corrections, because our lease portfolio is more on community corrections than on correctional facilities. And the reason why is because we need to be accessible as the department. So our offices are in the towns where members of the public can simply travel. Some of our facilities are way out of town, so it will cost more for members of the public and even parolees to report to the office when they are required to. So we ended up being forced to hire some office in town. So our interaction with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and also the traditional leaders, where they can give us land, we then can build closer to where the communities are. And that's exactly what we have done with this project, we will be doing with this project in Mpumalanga. And as I'm saying, we're breaking ground this year. We hope that by next year, the office will be opened as the first office to be built by, let me not say the first office, maybe colleagues who have been in the system before me would say no. They know that there were some of the buildings that were built some years ago, maybe before even one was born. So we really want to reduce the lease portfolio. That's why we are also participating in the precinct development program of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, where they are building head offices for justice, ourselves, and they call it a criminal justice precinct. As you drive past Koshimampur, there's a development on the left. Because we are paying a lot of money for our head office that we are currently leasing. The strategy to fill critical positions, yes, we have, and the strategy also addresses the fact that we should not be overspending. In fact, we have been very calculative, and that's why the department has been very slow in filling positions. There was a point where we actually imposed a moratorium on filling of positions because there was that red flag on overspending on HR, and that was around 2019, 2020. So from 2021, the moratorium was lifted because we then said we should not be defeatist in our approach. We rather make it a point that each and every position that goes through the system is linked to a budget. We attend to that clinically, but we can't say we are not going to fill posts because we are trying to make sure that we don't overspend. I've indicated in the previous meeting that Treasury is not having the energy to follow us up on the HRBP tool, the Human Resource Budget and Planning tool, because of the motivations that we have put forward with regards to us being underfunded and that we need to be considered differently. And the same response, Honorable Chairperson, one would want to also attribute to the issue of us budgeting less for infrastructure. We are not. That's basically what Treasury allocates to us in terms of infrastructure, including the money that is ring-fenced to go to Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Instead, what we are doing is to see how we can extend the rent by utilizing our own professionals and engineers in the department to do designs. The office that I alluded to was designed by us internally. And then, as I've indicated, we have our own project managers, we have our own artisans, the offenders will come in. So by doing that, we are extending that rent that Treasury has given us. We have suffered from budget cuts. Infrastructure was a big item on budget cuts by Treasury, mainly because public works and infrastructure was not performing. So when Treasury looked at line items that it can go to alleviate problems, including COVID-19 and others, they simply went to infrastructure and said, you've not been spending over 10 years, so we take this money because it's clear that you are not going to spend it anytime soon. But the mistake then that was committed is that that money will be taken away in the new financial year, it doesn't come back. In the coming 3 financial years, it doesn't come back. And we are forgetting that, obviously, for instance, in our case, our offender numbers go up. At the same time, we are sitting with very old and dilapidated correctional facilities. The issue of underfunding on rehabilitation, I have indicated that one of the priorities is to make it a point that we make strategic appointments. So we have targeted to make appointments that would give us the capacity to run rehabilitation programs, so psychologists, so social workers, even on the side of care. The incarceration budget also includes corrective or correctional programs. So when we look at that allocation as a huge chunk of the budget of the department, there's also that part. But also, in incarceration, you have security, you have, some of the functions that without them, rehabilitation will not take place. But also, when we reworked the organizational structure so that we can be able to ensure that the budget follows the function, we then divided the incarceration and corrections branch into 2 and created a new branch called rehabilitation. So there's a branch called incarceration and there's a branch called rehabilitation. The functions of rehabilitation are now under one branch led by a chief deputy commissioner. In the past, it was not like that. We just had a branch called incarceration and corrections and everything was lumped in there. So by creating a separate rehabilitation branch, new branch, that will then help us to start streamlining the functions, and as I've indicated, the budget will then follow the function. And we actually abolished a position of, there was a position of the Chief Operations Commissioner with no clear functions except to follow up the work of Chief Deputy Commissioners that are at the same level. So it is that position that we have repurposed to say, instead of just having this DDG in the department that is supposed to be coordinating other DDGs at the same level, and you have this problem of seniority and what, who reports to who signs a performance agreement with who. Let's take that CDC position, that DDG position, dedicated to rehabilitation, and develop and strengthen further the rehabilitation part of the work that we do as the department. That's the new structure that has been approved by Treasury and the Department of Public Service and Administration. There was a question also asked by Honorable Engelbrecht on how are we going to motivate more for budget. I will lump that question with how are we dealing with the challenges that are not necessarily departmental, but they are cluster challenges. For instance, on overcrowding, and I think Honorable Kasa also raised the same issue. In the past, we used to take an approach that says, this is what we will do as the Department of Correctional Services, apply for bail review and. In the recent past, we presented to the cluster and the cluster of ministers. The outcome from that presentation was that Now, what we need to do is to develop a plan. We are leading the cluster in developing a plan where each and every department in the cluster will have to say what is their contribution. So instead of looking at 49G from us applying in terms of our APP, the Department of Justice, in terms of that cluster plan, is supposed to say, this is what we have done to make it a point that the applications from correctional services are considered. We don't come back with a zero response from LM and some 15% response from Gauteng. So all the departments of the cluster now will have to, for instance, Home Affairs, the Border Management Agency, will have to say this is what we're doing to deal with the issue of foreign nationals, undocumented. But Department of Home Affairs will have to say this is what we're doing on the deportation side. SAPS will have to say in terms of the investigations, because, for instance, there are remandees in the system where when you follow up, you find that there's no investigator against that case, but this person has been remanded. Or the ones that are under investigation for, let me say, forever. So SAPS will have to explain their caseload progression against overcrowding. And that is part of ensuring that we make the cluster responsible. And that report will be going to Cabinet. So what it means is that instead of the Department of Correctional Services trying to resolve these issues that are beyond our reach with regards to our mandate, and also, I would say, responsibility, now these issues are going to be Cabinet issues carried by a ministry that stands on its own. So we are very hopeful that this will help us in dealing with the challenges that we have in the system. There are issues that were raised, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, that are technical to the indicators, why reduce, why not increase, and what is the context and the justification. CDC Katenga said to me that he is ready to deal with those issues. For instance, clarifying why are we saying 100% on therapeutic diet and other issues that are related to that. The strategy to recruit the youth, I think I have addressed that by saying that we're investing more of our resources in bringing young people into the organization at the level of the new recruits. The issue of infrastructure projects, the approach that we've taken as the department is to include in our plans infrastructure projects that we have control of. Those that are implemented by the Department of Correctional Services, we monitor them on. So the ones that we have in our plan are those that we have control of. We are implementing them through our own resources. And those that have progressed to a level where we know that in this financial year, we are going to get them to completion. But to deal with the issue of more bed space, we're taking two approaches. The first approach is to make it a point where there are facilities that have cells that are not being utilized, and honorable members have seen that when they have experienced that when they do oversight. We're targeting those for maintenance, putting beds in there through the workshops and getting mattresses so that we can increase within the current portfolio we have. And then we have identified the projects that from the planning, design, and execution point of view, are easy to get to break ground, easy to get to, to get a contractor to build. We've targeted those. In as much as they are giving us something like 500 beds, less than 1,000 beds, those for us will at least get us somewhere, unlike emphasizing on pushing projects that are giving us 3,000 beds and more that are in the hands of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that have been planned for more than 15 years without progress. So our strategic plan focuses on those in terms of infrastructure, hence the reduction, and the numbers will then go up as we go into outer years of the MTEF. Honorable Chairperson, I will request that I stop there with the responses that one is giving. A breakdown of the salary structure is available. The concerns about reporting as compared to what obtains on the ground. Today we're presenting the strategic plan and the APP. The indicators are based on, as I've indicated, what we are supposed to comply with in terms of the Correctional Services Act and also contributing to the cluster priorities linked to the medium-term development plan. Now, as we implement, yes, we will indicate where we are making progress. But that progress, I agree, should be measured on the basis of what obtains on the ground. So we have 243 correctional facilities. There are facilities that will not be at the same level with others. So in some instances, we will find a facility where the portfolio committee went in Boxback and the portfolio committee was happy with it. Our role is to make it a point that we maintain and improve from that. Then there would be one like Modabi where we really have to start from scratch to make it a point that it gets to an ideal level of it being, of operating, of functionality basically. You know, not even operating optimally, but functionality for us to say, at least on average, we are able to fulfill our mandate in terms of the act. That is a difficult task that we have against all the risks, the challenges, and the budget that is allocated to the department. And on a daily basis, we try to improve on that. There are regions that are a problem because of the makeup of the crimes and the makeup of the social fabric of those regions. KZN, Western Cape, Gauteng. Even if you look at our statistics, they will show. You go to the statistics of the Department of Health, you'll see the same, more or less the same. You go to social development, you'll see more or less the same. Hence, it is important for us to make it a point that we contribute to the implementation of the strategy on crime, prevention of crime, that was adopted by Cabinet. Let me stop there, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you. I'm going to request that through you, Honorable Chairperson, that we give an opportunity to members of the executive to respond to some of the questions, and I will also request that they be technical and pointed in the responses instead of being general, because then we would not be responding to the technical questions that were asked. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, Deputy Minister. Thank you, Honorable Members.
Who comes first? Jito, CFO?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Let me greet the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner, members of the Portfolio Committee, and colleagues. I'll try and be pointed as directed by the National Commissioner. I think I highlighted the number of issues that we are facing in ICT, but if you look at how we want to deal with these challenges, if one goes to the technical indicators, we want to deal with the underlying infrastructure issues. And there was a pointed question around where exactly are we doing this thing and how far are we? And I think I can indicate that. So what we want to do there is to upgrade our servers. We also want to do upgrades on our network switches. I think our colleagues were on duty on Sunday just to try and inject some energy into some of these projects. I indicated last week that we want to cable a couple of sites and also try and look at other ways of providing connectivity in the department, which we are currently working on. And then there's bandwidth upgrade projects that we are doing with CETA and SA Connect. So we want to upgrade all our sites to a minimum of 10 megabits per second. And then with regards to the smart technologies, if one goes to the technical indicator description there, it's quite clear that it talks to smart technologies like your electronic monitoring, your audio-visual remand, your offender video visits, etc. And with regards to the AVR, I think we have done 11 in Gauteng this financial year. KZN we have done 14. The team is now in Free State, Northern Cape. They are in Springbok today. So they will be rolling out 3 of those in that region. Western Cape and LMN will then be coming. But just to also indicate that we have started the procurement of the electronic monitoring devices. So that process is underway, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to get that implemented this financial year. And then lastly, there was another question around the issue of smuggling of cell phones and challenges with regards to those type of contrabands. I think what we want to do there, while we are still in conversations with ICAS around whether that is allowed or not allowed, we also working on a solution to provide alternative communication solution for inmates in correctional centers, and that process is also underway. So members would then see that we have injected a lot of energy in trying to address most of these challenges. And of course, once all of those are, especially the underlying infrastructure issues are implemented, it would then make it easier for us to share information amongst the correctional centers and then focus more on the implementation of the offender management system. I'm trying to avoid the word IMS, but we still... that is something that we want to do. But the focus there, Chair, is that we want to focus more on the offender journey within the correctional center rather than the direction that we're taking of just doing remand, doing incarceration and all of those things. But Chair, let me just pause here. Thank you very much.
Chief, they were very short compared to last week. I was ready to hear you expand more. CFO?
Thanks, Chair, and then greetings once more to yourself, honorable members, Minister DM, and also the National Commission. I will deal with few questions specifically that were raised relating to finances, infrastructure budget. So in terms of the MTF allocation for the current financial year, the IT budget was not cut because in the previous financial year was 357 million, and in this particular financial year is 377 million. And also that is linked to what the National Commissioner has already alluded to as IT as one of our priorities, that if we implement certain resolutions there, then they will affect actual, or they will benefit other priorities that at this particular point in time we might not be able to fund. And there was also a question from Honorable Sokopa about the issue of the monthly JICS payment. It is a requirement in line with National Treasury that we need to be able to transfer funds monthly to their account, and then so that at this particular point in time they can be able to be independent as they indicated, similar like the money that is being transferred by Department of Justice to some of their entities. And there was also a question relating to other questions. The minister has covered those particular aspects correctly, the issue of the ministry's budget into detail. There was also a question relating to the explanation in terms of the increase of the 1.5 billion. So this particular increase is an inflationary increase issued by National Treasury. So in terms of the 3 financial years or the MTF period, what has been allocated to talk to the 1.5 billion is 4.61% for 25-26 financial year, 4.55% for 26 and 27 financial year, and then 4.52% for 27 and 28 financial year. Therefore, that's aggregate that particular 1.5 billion in terms of when we're indicating in terms of the issue of the increase. So other questions, Chair, have been responded to by my principals. I'll stop there in terms of issues that are related to the budget. Maybe as the CFO, I think one question that I'll be not doing justice to be able to indicate, where it was indicated to say that there is a mismanagement of the budget specifically, which is something that is not true, Chair, because of some of the explanation that has been provided by the Minister, the DM, especially with the National Commissioner, in terms of the challenges to be able to balance the budget between the COE, the goods and services, including the issue of the infrastructure. So I thought, let me just make that particular point, Chair, but thank you. Let me pause there.
Thank you, CFO. Katanga?
Thank you, Chairperson and members. I think I'll be addressing the issues around the APP indicators and try not to repeat what has already been indicated. The issue of reducing security breaches, why is the target so low? I think, well, because if we look at the baseline, that if we look at the security incidents that have occurred in relation to the overall population, historical incidents have been low, but we are looking at even reducing that low number even further. So that's why you'll see that it goes from the 2.4, and we are targeting even less. So if we look at the incidence of injuries, assaults, well, injuries from assaults, unnatural deaths, etc., they are all, in terms of the individual capacities, escapes, very low in terms of the overall population. So the targets will also be low because of that. 49G, I think that's been addressed. Why are we measuring self-sustainability in terms of persons working rather than productivity? Again, there we are obliged to impart skills. It's part of the skills development of offenders. So the primary obligation is to skill offenders so that they are able to live and become productive. So a byproduct of that is the productivity element, but the core is the imparting of skills to offenders. I think the perimeter fencing, the Commissioner has addressed that. The perverse incentivization on slide 77 with regards to the parole boards. Again, that becomes a function of the process that comes out of the case management committees, that when you reach a minimum detention period, you are eligible for consideration. So we have to ensure that all of those that reach the minimum detention period are considered. So this indicator is saying that are the various processes working leading up to the consideration of the offender. So therefore, we would have to measure the productivity of the parole boards in that context. Slide 82, reduction of the target. Oh, okay, no, I think it was the target, why the percentage, what is the percentage target of in terms of skills development? So that we are measuring those who have completed the skills courses against the total population that has registered for the courses. Now, registration is not compulsory, but also in order to register, you have to have certain basic competencies to be able to enroll on those courses, and therefore your total population that enrolls will not be as large as the overall population that is incarcerated. Pardon me. In terms of metric, I think that's also the same, to say that you have to be, there are certain criteria to be eligible to register to write the national school certificate. So therefore, the number is based on those who are eligible. Why is the psychological services target so low? We only have 96 psychologists for the entire population of 160,000 plus incarcerated offenders. So given the number of psychologists that we have, even with the partnerships that we had, we have to be realistic in terms of the capacity. On therapeutic diets, initially we were measuring those who are receiving therapeutic diets in relation to the entire population. So we would say we do not want more than 12% of the entire population to be on therapeutic diets. And therefore, when we achieve less than 12%, it's actually a success because it's less than the target. But I think the way we structured it caused a lot of misunderstanding. So we said, no, let's rather say all of those who are eligible to be on specific diets because of whatever conditions must receive the therapeutic diets, obviously monitored for whatever duration so that they are not on them permanently because there are cost implications to that. Okay, the restorative justice, why the reduction of victims target. I think I indicated that in the presentation, was that we target based on the capacity that we have to, number one, trace the victims and prepare them for participation in the victim offender dialogues, but also the preparedness or willingness for the victims to participate in those processes is something that we do not have control over. So again comes the conservative level of targeting. The revocations, why 97% instead of 99%? I think when we analyzed it for the planning period, we realized that there are certain community corrections offices that are small or have a small population. So if you have revocations in those areas, they can affect the overall representation of the figures. So if we say 99% and then we get a revocation where there's only, let's say 10, and there happens to be a revocation in that area, if we bring that into the overall population, it begins to give a misrepresentation for the entirety of the population. So that's why we said, let's set it at 97%. Chairperson, I think I've covered all the issues that are related to the performance indicators or the TIDs. But if I haven't, then we will address it in any follow-ups. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
CA is intimidating me. Thank you, Katenga. Jito, you want to come back? Or you don't want to come back? Oh, okay. National Commissioner, who comes after Katenga? Memulepo, you want to give a bite?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, Honorable members, and everyone in the House. Honorable Chairperson, they have already answered all the questions. The only thing that I can add is in terms of the self-sufficiency and sustainability, that is those indicators on agriculture and production workshops. Just to add, to indicate that in terms of productivity, we do have an annual operational plan whereby we are measuring the level of production as to what is it that we need in terms of all commodities that we are producing. So as much as in the APP we are measuring the offender labor, but in our annual operational plan, we do have the targets of all commodities that we are producing in the department that we are measuring. So they do contribute towards the offender labor indicators in the APP. So all the indicators that I'm responsible for, our executive authority has already responded to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Molapo. Ms. Ramolifo, Ndizawunibiza nonke today.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and the National Commissioner. Mine, I'll just add, there was a question from Honorable Ngama regarding the CRA. We call it Continuous Risk Assessment. And there's more detail on page 55 of the APP. Just to simplify the response in terms of our assessment, why it's not 100%. Remand detainees, it's a fluid inmate population. In terms of our unlock and the daily lock, the G555, on the admission, you might admit somebody who's already having a bail, but at the time when they were in court, they did not have a bail, but they were brought in our facility. The minute we classify them, either as high risk or depending on the case, they move the following day, then it automatically will change the number, the figure. So, and movements of our inmates in terms of the assessment, those who are sentenced and unsentenced on the admission with further charges in terms of our security classification, those will be going to maximum, those will go into medium, and that's how we do our continuous risk assessment during admission in line with our chapter of admission unit approved by the National Commissioner. That is just to add on what was already provided by the National Commissioner. Also on the issue of the overcrowding, why was it 50% set up on overcrowding? Honorable Chair, our National Commissioner always explain it very in detail. There is a judgment on the Saldana that we can't exceed 150, and that it's one of the contributing factor that High Court judgment is limiting us to go beyond the setup, and it's one of the influencing factor that our target cannot go above that. But further to that, in terms of the overcrowding strategy spells out that the ratio between the staff official and the inmate population, it influenced the rate in terms of the inmate bed space occupancy. And I will not detail much because the National Commissioner also explained the issues of overcrowding, and our Honorable Minister also already explored. Further to that, in line with what I'm doing on remand, just to add, there are 4 projects that were also approved by the National Commissioner that are short-term, as the National Commissioner spoke to the long-term strategy on the issues of facility. But on the short-term, in line with the specific plan, we are on a daily basis dealing with the issues of J7s that do not have an investigating officer, and that become a contributing factor to cases not moving, while South African Police is happy to bring in inmates in our facility, but not deal with the investigation within a specific time. That affects the case backlog. And our National Commissioner sum it up and say at a strategic level, the interdependent overcrowding and case backlog from judiciary, MPA, correctional service and SAPS and legal aid will have targets that are synchronized, which we are currently working. I'm a member of that committee, and we hopefully, as directed, will be in the better space to have a better output to the court referrals. I just wish to just add on that one other mechanism that we are also trying to assist on the implementation of the court referral, beside the 62, the 63A capital and 63(1) of the CPA and 49G of the Correctional Service Act. I just want to indicate that we also use the 62F, which is a supervision under the Correctional Service. We do the report to the National Commissioner, then it gets processed to our judiciary, to the DOJ, and also the judges are able to look at those cases.
pending the court referrals application for the bail review and the LOD. I just wish to submit, Chairperson, just in additional to what has already said by the Executive and the National Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ramalifo. Acting CDC Stradom.
Thank you so much. Greetings to Honorable Chairperson and the committee members, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner and all officials. In addition to what the Deputy Minister and the National Commissioner indicated on the feedback with regard to youth representation on MMS and SMS levels, the totals are as follow. We have 30 permanently appointed MMS members, and 107 on contract. And in terms of SMS, we have 1 SMS that is youth appointed on contract. Then the question of the inmates versus the official ratio, the steps of appointment of DCS learners to address the current ratio. We have the learnership program where Group 1 of 2025-2026 is already at Zonderwater Training College. There's a total of 493, of which 205 is from Free State Northern Cape and 288 from LMN region. Then we envisage to have an intake during July 2025, Group 2 of 2025-2026, which will consist of Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KZN, and Gauteng regions, and that will be a total of 540 learners for that intake. Then in terms of the quotas, each region has received their quotas. It's 6 intakes over the 3-year period, and the totals are available. Then there was the question on the timeline. What timeline strategy to fill critical vacancies without exceeding the COE budget? We have for 2025-26, from April this year, we have advertised, we had 3 post advertisements already. The first post advertisement was for professionals and artisans. The second one was center-based positions, as well as 25 SMS posts and 10 Public Service Act appointment posts. Then our second our last post advertisement was agricultural post and 1 PSA post. The recruitment and selection project plans, it is in place to monitor the timelines in the selection process and also to fast-track appointments. So with those 3 post advertisements, it's a total of 941 posts which were advertised since April. Then the question in terms of the status of the parole boards, LMN, Western Cape and Gauteng, they have finalized their process or they conducted their interviews already. And then Free State and KZN regions, they are underway with a shortlisting process. Then there was the question of what trade-offs do we make to achieve with the filling of posts within the current allocated budget? There is a compensation committee who meets on a regular basis and ensure that appointments are within the allocated budget so that regions are not appointing employees without the approval of the compensation committee, which might impact negatively on the budget. So that is in place. And then the last question was with regard to accessing of mental health services, the tangible steps included in 2025-2026 for mental health programs. Our mental health programs as part of our IHW model, Integrated Employee Health and Wellness Model, we measure it in our annual operational plan. But the purpose is to contribute towards a productive workforce in a safe and a healthy working environment. So our programs are not just aimed at mental health, it encourages healthy lifestyles, provides support in terms of chronic disease management, including HIV and AIDS, as well as physical wellness through sports and recreation. So it is a whole holistic approach that we are having. The EAP services provide psychosocial support or psychosocial sessions, and we also have a collaboration with spiritual care because there was the issue in terms of the number of EAP, so we collaborate with spiritual care services for bereavement and trauma debriefing, so they do assist us in terms of that. And then I have a whole breakdown of the number of employees that underwent different wellness programs. I can provide that, but ultimately for 2025-2026, our aim is to reach 30,000 employees through the different wellness programs. And we are also participating in the SADC Games during August, where we will take a team of 150 officials or athletes that will participate. So that is, in essence, the response. Then the retirements for 2025-2026 from 1 April this year until 31 March next year. We have a total of 636 employees under the Correctional Services Act who will retire, and we have a total of 8 under the Public Service Act who will retire. So that is a total of 644. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting CDC Stradom. I see all of you when you are responding, the National Commissioner is nodding his head. It means he's agreeing with your responses. At least you are assisting him in the near future not to respond to everything. So I've noted all the executives, your executive National Commissioner, who are in the meeting to respond. CFO, you want to give another bite? I see your look says you want to come in. You know, you don't want to come in. Okay. Members, did all questions get to be answered? Start there, then we'll come to follow-ups after. Engel, you start. I saw Mrs. Ngaba a long time ago. You'll follow after.
Thank you, Chair. I went through all of these and I make notes. So the discrepancy between the APP targets, infrastructure development, APP indicates 4, and the ENE indicates 9. I want that question answered, but this question was in 3 parts. That's the one part. The second part has to do with overcrowding and the fact that we need 50,000 plus beds just to be in a better position. Is there has any thought been given to interim measures, modular units, or non-custodial alternatives that might be available? And then the last part of this question is, well, before, remember, DCS is a client department of another department. And they provide a service to DCS, and therefore if DCS is not satisfied with the service provided to them as a client, obviously there needs to be a way that can be communicated and that these type of problems can be monitored. So I want to know, how is DPWI and the IDT performance being monitored to prevent delays and substandard work? Then this was answered. There's another one. Oh yes, the one about the accessing mental health services. I think my question was maybe misunderstood. The fact that 7,321 officials accessed mental health services is not a problem. It's just that figure is an indicator that there is a problem within the department in terms of high stress levels, morale, well-being. So I'm asking, what programs is in place to ensure or to improve staff morale, well-being, and retention in a very high stress environment, because we know there's understaffed people. It's not easy. If I can just have that. Then in the presentation that was presented by DCS, there was a specific slide on PPPs, and so it's very clear that PPP, the two PPP facilities represent a very significant cost to DCS, not only overall, but cost per inmate, to house per inmate is significantly higher. And I believe that the state should not contract out core responsibilities at all. But I can't remember where I saw this, but has there in the meantime developed an appetite to extend these contracts? Sorry, I forgot to ask that. And then I need to know, and that relates to question number 1 on the vacancies and also on the staff morale. The designation of this department by the President as a security department, like the Defence Force and the police and state security. How far are we in that process? And I would like to know what is the feeling about the remilitarization of the department, which I think should improve things like discipline and a sense of belonging somewhere. It will improve very much the feeling, the things in this department. And I just want to know, is there any discussion around remilitarization of this department, which is in essence a military type organization? Thank you. All from my side. Thank you.
Mrs. Ngaba?
Thank you, Chair. So let's go to 96, slide 96 of the presentation. As I said, I don't know that parolees who have not been revoked should be an indicator, but it is, and the question that I asked is, so if you're going to have it as an indicator, why is the percentage lower now than it was in the past 3 years? That was my question. Clearly there's a track record of performance on what I think is a wrong metric. Why is it going down? And then the other thing that I wanted to understand, I'm sorry, I did hear my question being answered. I just don't know if I understood the answer. I said on slide 97, previously there was 16,000 victims participating, 18,000, 14,000. Then 2024-25, there was 5,000. So I understand going forward, you're saying it will depend on the willingness of victims. My question is, how did we go from 14,000 who were willing over the past 3 years, and suddenly that dropped by 2/3? And the same question applies to the economic opportunities. We had 592, 875, 627 in previous years, and then seemingly out of nowhere, 54 in the previous financial year. So can we just get an understanding of why those things happened to begin with and how you're going to recover from them? Okay, let me go back to, I don't think slide 86 was answered, which is the percentage of offenders with correctional service plans. Is this also linked to the rotation, RDs coming in and out, or is there another explanation for why that target is only 84? And then Slide 64, I don't know if I heard that answer as to the percentage of investigations finalized. It has been as high as 99. So now you've got it at 80 for the next 3 years. Why is there no ambition to approve that performance? And then again, I just want to, I think maybe my question was answered indirectly, but I'm not satisfied. So you want to improve, this is on slide 49. You want to improve the percentage of centers with a good rating from 4% to 5%. That is 2 centers over 5 years. Over the next 5 years, you're only going to take 2 centers. If I'm reading the budget correctly, you've got 200 million for infrastructure. So 200 million is only going to buy us 2 good centers. The question that I asked, and particularly it's of the minister, because you've got a fixed tenure, the 5 years, like, would you be proud if that's what you had to show over a 5-year period? NC, does that satisfy you? I'm just trying to get an understanding, over what time frame would we get to 100% good facilities if we're doing 2 every 5 years?
Thank you, Mrs. Ngaba. Minister and team, National Commissioner, those are questions that were not answered when you responded to questions to members. No deliberate, National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I'm going to request that we start with the technical questions around the indicators, the revision down. So I will request that we give CDC Katenga an opportunity to go at it again in explaining that technically before then one goes to answer other questions. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Katenga, deal with the technical aspect of it.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson and members. I think the one on the performance that reduced drastically, when there was also there was a change in how we recorded victim participation. If there was a public session that was being held and there was the core victim and other members of the society, broader, extended, by extension, community members, anybody who attended that session, all of them were counted, and they are not necessarily direct victims of the particular incident itself. So we had to narrow that down. So that's why there was over-reporting that ended up being reduced over time, because we said we can't take into account everybody who has attended whilst they are not directly impacted. So that was the change there. Economic opportunities, again, there it's something that is not in our control. So we would say that based on the partnerships that we have, that we understand that we are able to make contact with, we'll target 54. However, in the process of engaging the various stakeholders, we find that we get more participants in the process. So I think that it's more saying that what are the current partnerships that we have? Obviously, we'll have the engagements, but if they yield more, then your performance will actually be more than the target. On investigations, that was surely on capacity at a head office level in terms of the number of investigators that we have to conduct the investigations, and also coupled with the fact that at a regional level, we do not have the capacity of investigators. So everything, all the investigations are run from the head office team. So based on that capacity, we would have to target accordingly. I think on the one on slide 49, around the movement of 4 to 5%. I think the commissioner indicated that there is a slow pace in terms of infrastructure projects going from planning through to the various phases where you have the completion of a correctional center. If we look at the infrastructure plan now, we'll have 2 correctional centers that are scheduled for completion in 2027, 2028. And maybe if I refer you to slide 43. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, slide 43, where on the left-hand side, we have all of those infrastructure projects listed. Of all of those, the first 2, Burgersdorp and Parys, those are the ones that are now estimated for 2027, 28 for finalization. The rest of the projects are at different phases of planning. And then you have Kirkwood, Nigel, Leeuwkop in terms of the infrastructure plan. You have Kirkwood, Nigel, Leeuwkop, George, and Voorburg, which are only scheduled for completion in 2029, 2030.
Chairperson?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Katenga might be answering the wrong question. Can I clarify what I meant?
Please do.
Okay, so...
Even Matabata agrees with you at the background.
So can you see on 43 that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
The good, etc. So you've got 10 of them, and then fair to good, you've got 36. Now you are talking about the planned projects, and that part I take. But the indicator on 49, I assume that's not talking about new projects. It's talking about your existing projects. That 10 that is in the good, you want to increase that to 12, but that shouldn't be affected by the planned ones. Am I incorrect? Surely that is just improvement of your existing ones. So it shouldn't be affected by the dynamics on the planning side, but you can correct me.
It's impacted by both. It's either you get brand new facilities that are, well, obviously by virtue of them being brand new, are in good condition, and there is the refurbishment project that we are looking at the current facilities being brought up to where they can be considered to be in good, in a good state. So you are looking at measuring the 2 elements, if I may put it that way.
Awukho convinced. Ilook yakho ithi awukho convinced.
Sorry, I'm just going to point out one last thing. We don't have to go back and forth. So if what you're saying is correct, right, you're going to have 2 of the new projects coming on board. That will take us to the 12, which is the target. In other words, the 2 is accounted for without any improvements to existing facilities. Am I to take it that, because remember also that movement from 4 to 5 is over the 5 years. So you guys don't plan to improve any facility to the level of good over 5 years. All you're going to achieve is 2 new facilities. Is that the answer? I'm done.
You want to assist Katenga with the technical response, National Commissioner? I thought you were giving it to him, the technical thing.
Yeah, no, the technicality sometimes gets
technical.
to be very technical.
No, I understood.
Now, the table that is on that slide, I think it's slide 45, if I'm not mistaken.
43.
43, yeah. Now that table comes out of condition assessments that all government departments are enjoined to do based on the Government Immovable Assets Management Act. So now, when we say a facility is rated good, we mean the physical infrastructure and the components. So we mean every aspect of the facility. So the answer from CDC Katenga on 2, yes, once you have a new facility, it will be good. All aspects of it will be good. But now with the ones that we have, and I will also again just refer to the experience that we had with the portfolio committee members, you will have a particular section being good, another one being very bad. So the answer, yes, is true. Between now and the coming 5 years, with the budget or resource outlay we have, for instance, we will not get Johannesburg to be good because of the money that we need to do. It runs into billions. We simply don't have the money. Polsmo, the same. Any other of those facilities. So what we can get good is a particular section. For instance, we have a program to attend to the kitchens. But that is to the exclusion of other aspects of the facilities. Let me say the plumbing, for instance. And as I'm saying, it depends on the capital outlay. If we had that capital outlay, we would be able then to really, in fact, if we are to look at the outcome of a condition assessment in the 5 years, what we're actually saying is that it will be worse. And in the previous engagements we had with the portfolio committee, we were saying that we actually have identified facilities that we must just close because they are at a disastrous state. Yes. So I think that's the level of us. That's how realistic we can be in planning in terms of addressing this. I so wish that the way the Honorable Ngaba is raising this issue is how Cabinet would raise it, because it clearly indicates to the worst state of facilities that we face in correctional facilities against the population that we continue to carry. So, Chair, that would be my addition in answering that. Quickly, Chair, if I am allowed to just deal with the other issues. Modular units, we have compared that against repairs and maintenance programs, and we have gone against that because that's basically putting a solution that will last you for between 10 and 15 years, and after that, that modular unit would not be giving you the performance that you require. So we have, if we go to some of these correctional facilities, we have modular units that were commissioned 10, 15 years ago. They are now beyond the state of being used. Non-custodial measures, we, through the overcrowding task team, are looking at those. But drastically in terms of legislation review, learning from other countries, like for instance, Zimbabwe has got what they call an open correctional facility, basically an open prison, where you serve a sentence but in an open setting. There's no fence, there are no correctional services officials looking after you 24/7. You cook for yourself. You are just a community of people that are sentenced, but you are unsupervised. But you are serving a sentence. The question is, given our crime makeup, can we implement such? And if we can, how? And also, if you look at issues like stigmatization, can you build units and then unfenced and then say those who are sentenced for these types of crimes for 2 years, 3 years, you're going to be there. You are confined to that place, you go nowhere. We make it a point that we give you rehabilitation and correction programs, but we lessen the burden on the system on the whole security package that we give to you as offenders. Those are some of the radical suggestions that are coming through. The question is whether South Africa is ready for those. But, I mean, we have minimum sentencing legislation. Now, that basically tells us that alternative sentencing becomes a distant thought, because there's the legislation that says if you commit this crime, minimum 10 years, minimum 5 years, minimum 15 years, you know. So that in itself is something that we have to look at when we do the review of legislation in the criminal justice system. DPWI and IDT performance monitoring, we have service level agreements. We have a unit, facilities unit. I've indicated that it has engineers and professionals and project managers. But the problem with this is that once the budget is with DPWI, they make decisions. In as much as we say to them, but we are supposed to be part of the what committee. You hear at the end that they met, they took a decision, they're proceeding. For instance, we are if I'm not mistaken, if we are not the only department, we're the first department when Public Works approached government departments to say we want to move to efficiency in terms of the performance of facilities, your solar, your water, and waste treatment plants. And we gave them facilities that they can implement the project with. We signed a service level agreement on how it's supposed to be implemented. Basically, we were supposed to be part of the whole process. They kept quiet for 3 years. The next thing, a letter lands on my desk to say, we are coming, we already have consultants, we are moving. And we were saying, but you are moving on what? Because we don't know what you are going to do in these facilities. So the response then becomes, here is a service level agreement. We were supposed to be walking this journey together. You're already there, and you are saying you are coming. You can't come, because we don't know what solution you are giving us as the client. So those becomes the problems that we are sitting with in terms of authority. The best would actually be for us as a department just to take care of our own portfolio. Hence, the minister made it a point that we meet with the minister of DPWI and the team, and there is an agreement between the two ministers that they give us that portfolio to manage, and so far they have not. The task team is set. Again, there's no progress. The issue of mental health and programs, I'm sure the acting CDC can talk to that, or we can submit to the committee. Are we to extend the contracts, triple Ps? We are on record saying we don't consider extending them. One of the considerations is the amount that we spend on the triple Ps, and secondly, the fact that we have assessed whether we have the capacity to absorb those centers, to absorb the offenders, and maintain the centers at the level that they are operating in terms of facilities, maintenance, and all that. We've assessed ourselves, we can be able to do that, including absorbing the employees. To some extent, there have been discussions even between the employee representatives, the unions, and the employees themselves, in any case, want to belong to correctional services and not to a private company. The job security issue, and so. We have not found a conclusive reason for us to say we want to extend. The main question here is, what becomes the solution to overcrowding in building new facilities moving forward? Is the triple P model a model that has proven to be successful? Can we follow it, maybe with some modifications, because we do not have the money, we don't have those billions to build a huge capacity correctional facilities demanded by the environment in terms of the growth in the population. And that's, for me, I think that's the issue that needs to be explored further, whether can we modify what is the current triple P, so that we can access the money from the private market and build more facilities. And how do we do that? Designation as a security department goes hand in hand with the remilitarization issue. There are aspects that we are looking into that I would call soft aspects that if we start implementing, they will actually assist the case that we are to put before Cabinet and the President on declaring the department a security department. For instance, saluting, drilling, the type of uniform we wear, the program at the college itself that the learners are going through, we have reviewed it and included some of those soft aspects. And also learning from the experience of organizations like SAPS. They went, they demilitarized. Overnight, they could see that it's not working and they turned back to militarization. Not complete militarization though, because we are still rendering a service. We still have that outlook that we need to maintain of rehabilitation and corrections. But we could do better as a department if we bring back those aspects that would make us a security department and improve how we do our work. In fact, if we bring back those aspects, we'll even reduce the number of unnatural deaths because they will make offenders understand that there's this I don't know whether is it called a boundary or what? You know, the line not to cross. Even our own employees, the line not to cross. Because at the moment, sometimes the lines get so blurred that you find more of our employees involved in smuggling and all those because of that line being crossed. So we are working on reintroducing those through the approval of the minister. When we are done, our HR has been given a task to work on those. Chair, I think I will stop there with the responses. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Minister.
You answered all the questions. Okay. Any follow-up? Okay. The portfolio committee seems satisfied. So it means you, Minister, and the team have answered satisfactory, even though some are still not clear ones, but it's a work in progress. As and when we move this journey, we'll be able to correct some of the things and would be able to plan accordingly in strategizing some of the work. Honorable Engelbrecht came with, you wanted to say something, Minister?
If I may, Honourable Chair, it appears that you're going to close now.
I am closed.
Yeah. Can I just say, but I think what is important is that the Honourable Member on the condition, I have something in my mind that we had already a meeting on the infrastructure. So I think what we can do from our side is we're going to have a follow-up meeting if the committee would like to know what was the progress and everything, that we put it more clearly exactly on how we judge and see on the improvements on the infrastructure, because it's very important. That's all I want to say, but if the committee is satisfied, it's fine.
Thank you so much, Minister. On the infrastructural things, with DPW, we are going to have a share as the portfolio committee with the Department of Public Works. Our meeting is set on the 15th of July. It's 15th here? Yes, the 15th of July. The department should be part of the meeting so that we are able to once and for all get clarity on the user charge and also on mitigations on how to deal with infrastructural issues that are occurring in correctional facilities. That deals with the highly dilapidated of correctional facilities, which some of them are on a blank or verge of collapse. And that includes Modap, because Modap is a case of infrastructure vis-a-vis a case of management on how it should function. So it's a casing point, and not only on the infrastructural point, but on how the officials or those who are supposed to lead that facility are leading it. So we would have that meeting, and we hope that your diary would be cleared as well, Minister, for that day, so that when the Minister of Public Works, when he comes here and be able to brief the portfolio committee, you are equally here, then you can also both speak on your meetings that you would have had or your joint tax team in trying to deal with some of these issues. So that we put to rest this thing of saying, Public Works says this, Public Works also says no, correctional this. So we're going to put that to rest on that day. And the same goes to what the CDC, Ms. Ramulifo, would speak to, the sections. No, you can leave, Ms. Ramulifo. I was just making reference of you. The 49G, so forth, with regards to justice. There is a meeting with the Department of Justice. The issue is to get a slot for the second quarter. We couldn't get the minister this quarter because of the portfolio of justice has a lot of entities, and some of them she must lead them in the APP process. So she then requested that through the committee secretary and the PLO, her PLO would then look at the possible date that she will appear before the portfolio committee, so that she's able also to address or take the portfolio committee through some of those referrals. And perhaps they might assist us at least to alleviate overcrowding. It will not be a large component, but it's equally a work in progress. The committee has consistently raised concerns regarding the misalignment between performance and expenditure of the department for the current financial year, and we expect that this would significantly improve, and we would from timelessly monitor this when you appear based on your quarterly reports. And I think we did mention this even last week when you appeared on your second quarter and the third quarter report, that when the CFO comes, would also be able to highlight some of those things. We equally commend the department in increasing the target for youth from 20% to 30%, especially seeing that you have a lot of your officials that are going on to retirement. I think there was a mention of about 645 or 44, which the acting CDC Stradom would have alluded to, that are exiting the system between now in April to next year in March. So we hope this increase of youth employment would equally be able to be beneficial in that instance. And we hope in the next APP, it will move from 30% to NC 35, 40 there. So that as and when there is that exiting of retirement, a new generation comes in place. And we agree with you that when that happens, you must be able, the new intake that you take, you must have those who have been in the system for long, be able to take them through on what happens in a correctional facility. However, we are concerned with the lack of targets for filling of these vacancies in your annual performance plan. We have seen acting CDC, your recruitment process of current posts and so forth. And we do acknowledge and we hope that when you absorb the new intake, you would have made consideration of all aspects, and specifically in the core of that, meeting the target for 50% of women. On infrastructural projects, which Honorable Sokobo would have mentioned, on the 4 complete infrastructure project, we hope in the future the APP would be more specific on this, so that the committee would be able to monitor those projects, the 4 versus V9. But you would be more specific so that it allows the portfolio committee to monitor all those projects that you are planning to complete. And where is Bota? because of he should have been able to even take us through the projects that are still ongoing. He's not back in the, he was outside the country, National Commissioner. Is he not back? You are back. Why is he still left there?
We did not go to the same place, Honorable Chairperson, he is back.
Okay. To convey that the Portfolio Committee do misses his absence, especially on infrastructural matters. We also note the decrease of allocation of fleet services. Part of your AG flagging of irregular expenditure was mostly on fleet. And we equally appreciate that through a commitment, National Commissioner, that was made by the acting National Commissioner when we did the oversight in KZN, which is what I was referring to, Ms. Mulepo, that the acting National Commissioner, when we did the oversight in KZN, was able to make a commitment to the Portfolio Committee then when we did a debriefing on issues that we found that there would be prioritization of KZN in terms of this aspect and in procuring for vehicles this year. So we do appreciate that it's a commitment that was kept, and we hope to monitor its fruition when that gets to be implemented, CFO. So we do appreciate that once a commitment is made, there are plans to fulfilling them. We also urge the department to ensure that allocations for rehabilitation and social integration improves. These two important programs have always received the smallest allocations over the years. Rehabilitation and skills development, the committee urges the department to ensure that more offenders participate in these programs. For skills development in all correctional facilities. I know it's a bit difficult, but we really need to push for inmates to participate. This will assist with social integration back to the society or the community that they come from, as well as improving self-sufficiency in correctional facilities. Also equally giving inmates skills when they get out of correctional facilities. On self-sufficiency and sustainability, there must be more efforts to improve the self-sufficiency in correctional centers through filling of vacancies. And we hope the recruitment that already has closed would talk to this or would be talking to this, especially for artisans who ideally would equally train inmates to increase offender participation in production, both workshops and agricultural productions. On target, we are highly concerned that some of your targets, they have been lowered. And this is what Katenga on a technical aspect was trying to explain as compared to previous years. We urge the department to ensure that these targets are improving rather than being lowered or being reduced. Minister. On overcrowding remains the biggest risk and challenge that you are facing as the department. Whilst we understand that you are an end user in the justice system, and remand detainees are the main contributor to your overcrowding, and being the main contributor, they are your main contributor equally into making facilities not to be desirable where they are housed. But there must be continuous engagements with the justice cluster in finding alternatives in trying to reduce or to deal with this matter of overcrowding. It can be something that comes in, we speak about it forever, talking to it, but there are no alternate solutions to it. The review of the Correctional Service Act, we are highly pleased that the department will be reviewing the Correctional Services Act. This is something that we've been talking to or raising in the portfolio committee since, I think, February, our first portfolio committee, when we started this year. The review of the Correctional Service Act, especially Section 73, that will talk to how we need to deal or how we need to manage the issue of foreign inmates in our facilities. So we look forward to this legislation being amended so that the portfolio committee can make inputs on it, either to amend or strengthen the current existing acts. On the triple Ps, the legacy report of the last Parliament, which was Justice and Correctional Service Portfolio Committee, would have agreed with the department on not renewing the two contracts, the current two existing contract of triple Ps being Mangaung and Kutamas and Tumule. And I think we had an engagement as this portfolio committee. We spoke to the legacy report, which members would have agreed to and also put inputs on it. And I think around November, Matabat, we had a meeting on November, I think, where we talked to issues of triple Ps and the state of readiness by the department in taking over the two triple Ps, bearing in mind that Mangaung contract comes to an end in 2026 and then Kutama comes to an end in 2027. On how ready is the department in taking over the two facilities, especially Mangaung, since it's a couple of months away now, unlike Kutama. And we were taken into confidence that there is a tax team that is handling that process. And in that tax team, it also talking to issues of employment because of the salary scale of the current officials who are employed by G4S vis-a-vis what the department, the salary are not talking to one another. So for instance, if G4S pays an official 20,000, the department might be paying around 15 to 13. So that migration process, the tax team is dealing with it. And I think we did make an indication that possibly before the end of this year or early next year, we would revisit that discussion, especially on Mangaung, on the finality readiness process by the department. And we are still echoing the same sentiments as echoed by the National Commissioner, that we still support and we equally stand that the triple Ps must not be renewed. But we must look into ways to make sure that the current status of the two facilities remain as it is when the department takes over from G4S and the company that is dealing with Kutamas and Tumule. Keep it at that level of not being overcrowded, but also expand on the extra bedding of 300. I think Kutama is 300, I'm not sure with Mangaung. It's how many bed space capacity that we can still add. We can add to them currently now because of it comes at a cost. But when we would have taken over, it's no longer a cost that we bear. So it becomes our total baby. So we need to also implore, but keeping it at that space, Ms. Ramulifi, so that we do not also hamper on the judgment on Saldanha on issues of overcrowding. And I would like Mam Andronica to give us that judgment of Saldanha to the portfolio committee so that we can equally go through it. It will assist us when we do the next oversight as the portfolio committee. So those are the recommendations were put into the department, but they would be refined next week when the portfolio committee meets and deliberate on the APP and the budget for 2025-2026, and more detailed recommendations will be on the report that the portfolio committee would be presenting to the National Assembly. So you will get all of those there, or the committee secretary will then furnish you with the detailed ones. Next week, Sia, we have, you are appearing to the portfolio committee again on issues of rehabilitation and reintegration programs. The meeting will be virtual, on the virtual platform. A formal communication then will go out from the committee secretary on what times the portfolio committee would be, but the meeting will be virtual. And on the 1st of July, there would be a debate on Vote 22. Correctional Services is Vote 22. There would be a debate on the APP and budget, and we are going to be in Good Hope Chamber, I think at 2 o'clock. But in the morning, we would have a portfolio committee. Again, it's yourself, TCS, on consultancy. It's on issues of consultancy, the cost breakdown of the bread supply, and so forth and so on. You would get that formal communication. Whether the meeting will make it virtual for that week or physical, the communication will come through, but the debate in Good Old Chamber would be physical in the House, where we would be speaking to all the recommendations and our observations on what you would have presented to us today. So, Minister, do you have any parting words?
No, from our side, Honourable Chair, thank you for the meeting. And as I said, we're taking hands. And I want to say that honourable members mustn't think that if they ask critical questions, that from my side I see it as criticism or hostility or anything like that. In fact, my policy is that if you are criticized, listen carefully. If it is justified, focus and make corrections. And that's the way we should interact with each other to see that we can create a better correctional services. So from my side and on behalf of my team, the National Commissioner, everyone, thank you very much. I feel that we are going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. We did say that where there are gaps, the portfolio committee will come in to assist the department in trying to mitigate and resolve some of these challenges. And part of that, that's why there is a meeting with Public Works, there is a meeting outstanding with Justice, and we will call also the Department of Health to deal with she is intimidating me on my side. I need a change of office. We would call the Department of Health to deal with the issues of state patients, and we would, in a later stage, when we have crafted well the concept of having home affairs, justice, international relations, in dealing with issues of foreign national inmates, on how, whilst there is a review process that needs a submission, on how do we get all the justice cluster departments to assist one another in dealing with this matter. So this is a way of us assisting the department minister in trying to deal with some of these ailing elements that you find yourself in. National Commissioner, when are we receiving the report of Thabo Mkhumbeni in Mangaung? When is the investigation supposed to conclude? And if it has concluded, can we be finished with the report?
We will finish the report, Honorable Chairperson, after it has been submitted to the minister.
The investigation is concluded.
Yeah, it is concluded, yeah.
Please, the sooner we get the report, the better we can schedule the department to appear before the portfolio committee with JICS on both the unnatural death of Thabo Mkumbeni and the Goodwood, so that SIA can be able to schedule meetings for the next quarter, so that then members know well in advance which day happens what and so forth, so that they equally can be able to prioritize their diaries. So we have come to the end of our meeting. Thank you so much for coming through, and thank you so much for staying through from 9:30 up until now. All that has happened in this meeting is through development and trying to assist one another. It's nothing personal. When we leave the meeting, we coexist with one another as expected, but when we get in these formal platforms, we must be able to interrogate each other in terms of the work that we are deployed or assigned to do. Members, there is no house today. Bab Makaleni outside has arranged transportation for us because there are no buses to be taken back to our villages. So thank you so much. Mudimu le badimu banele lena and batsamaele lena, so that we equally are able to converge again in the next sitting and be able to engage on transformation in the correctional service. The meeting therefore officially stands adjourned. I thank you.